Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of Winchester City Council's Planning Committee, taking place in the Walton Suite at Winchester Guildhall. It is Thursday, the 12th of December 2024, and the time is 9:30. My name is Councillor Jane Rutter, and I'm Chair of the Planning Committee. Around the table, we have the other elected members of the committee, and we're supported today by a number of officers: Lorna Hutchings from the Planning Team Leadership, Daniel Lucas, our legal advisor, the case officers, who will change with each item, and Matthew Watson from Democratic Services, who supports the committee and operates the recording equipment. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded to the Council's YouTube channel. Subtitles are available, and advice on how to turn these on is set out on our website. I need to remind you all to ensure your mobile phones and any other electronic devices are on silent or preferably turned off entirely. In the unlikely event that it is necessary to evacuate the building, the fire alarm will sound. Please follow all the instructions given to you by our team. Please look at the handout provided on your chairs or was on the information slides displayed as you walked in and during the breaks for further guidance about this meeting. To ensure the smooth running of the meeting, I ask that nobody calls out from the back of the room during the proceedings. In accordance with the public speaking protocols of the meeting, those who have registered to speak will be able to address the meeting for their allotted time. If there is any disruption to proceedings and the committee is not respected, it may be necessary to temporarily adjourn the meeting. Finally, can I welcome members of the public to the meeting? Those of you who have registered to speak, I will call you forward when it is your turn to make your contribution. Members of the committee may ask you questions of clarification, so please remain at the microphone until after members' questions. The microphone is turned on by pressing the button on the base of the unit, and a timer will appear on the screen to remind you of your remaining time. I would like to say at this point that we did take 2 preemptive site visits yesterday morning to the first 2 items on our agenda to be discussed. So most of the members of the committee have visited in person both of those sites. Turning now to the formal agenda. Matthew, do we have any apologies and deputy members, please?
Good morning, Chair. Morning, members. So we have apologies from Councillor Clear, who's been replaced by Councillor Pett, and Councillor Cunningham, who's been replaced by Councillor Godfrey. At the moment, Chair, Councillor Atchwell hasn't arrived at the meeting, so we have 8 members of the committee present. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I believe the traffic's quite bad from her area, so let's hope she can arrive soon. Item, this wretched thing it's just switched itself on. Hang on, let me find my thing again. Sorry, slight technical hitch. Okay. Disclosures of interest. Can I hear of any disclosures of interest, please, from members or officers in matters to be discussed this morning? Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Durley application, I've forgotten which agenda item it is in my ward, but I've had no discussions with the applicant or any residents.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Langford Smith. Sorry, Paula. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I need to declare an interest. I'm the ward member for items 7 and 8. With regards to item 7, Fairgrove, I have not voted on that because I was away on holiday at the time when that came before the parish council. However, the landowner is a councillor serving on the parish council and therefore a colleague of mine, and because of perceived bias, I will step away and leave the room for that item. And with regards to item 8, land at the Elms, I have voted on that and therefore I am prejudicial and will leave the room for that item also. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further disclosures of interest? Councillor Small.
It's not a disclosure of interest, but Councillor Ashwell has just contacted me. Apparently she sent her apologies. Yeah, she's still unwell, sorry.
Okay, so if we could minute the apologies of Councillor Ashwell, thank you very much. Yes, she hasn't been well. Okay. Right, thank you very much. We now move on to item 3 on our agenda, the minutes of the previous meeting. Members, are those an accurate record of our last meeting? Is that agreed?
Agreed.
That is agreed. Thank you. And members, finally, would we like to agree that the update sheet should be accepted as an addendum to the main report? Is that agreed? Thank you. There's quite a lot on this week's update sheet, so I'm grateful to those of you who came in early to make sure that you'd read it, but it was also emailed to all members, so we have all had plenty of time to read it. We now move to the planning applications on our agenda this morning, and it is number 6 on our agenda, which is Yetton at 72 Jacqueline's Lane, Alresford. Our presenting officer is Matthew Rutledge. Over to you, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we start with the presentation, you'll notice on the update sheet there's an additional condition to secure obscure glazing to Unit 5. I'd just like to propose additional sentence is added to that condition in order to secure glazing on the first floor bedroom window in the side elevation of Unit 3. So that condition then reads: the hereby permitted ground floor window and roof lights, both in the northeast elevation of Unit 5, as shown on drawing LWP 1223P05 Revision B.
Matthew, I'm really sorry, but I'm finding it difficult to hear what you're saying.
Oh,
Could
sorry.
you try and speak just a bit more clearly?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah. So we'll be adding to that condition and the first floor southwest side elevation window of Unit 3, as shown on drawing LWP 1223P04 Revision A. Shall be glazed with obscure glass, which achieves an obscuration level at least equivalent to Pilkington Obscure Glass Privacy Level 4, unless otherwise agreed in writing by the local planning authority, and the glazing shall thereafter be retained in this condition at all times.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
your presentation, thank you.
the application is for the residential development of part of 72 Jacqueline's Lane residential garden. It's for the addition of 4 3-bedroom semi-detached houses and 1 3-bedroom detached chalet bungalow, with the associated crossover, access, parking, bin store and landscaping works. So the site is the existing garden of 72 Jacqueline's Lane. It's set in a suburban area surrounded by residential development. There's the exception of a commercial estate, which is just to the west in Prospect Road. And Jacqueline's Lane continues to the northeast, where it joins West Street, where many of the amenities of Alresford are located. So here we see the proposed block plan. This shows the basic layout of the site as proposed semi-detached pair 3-bedroom dwellings to the front, 2-story 3-bedroom dwellings, and another semi-detached pair 3-bedroom 2-story dwellings to the rear, alongside a detached chalet bungalow. The access is up the west side with parking in the centre, along with the turning area. The density of the proposal is approximately 25 dwellings per hectare, which is comparable to the neighbouring Jacqueline's Close. A preemptive site meeting was carried out yesterday. Members that attended will remember that we met to the front of the site in order to view where the access would be and to view where units 1 and 2 would appear from the street. We then entered the site and we walked along where the proposed access will be, heading towards the parking area. We saw that the corners of Unit 5 had been marked out on the site, and we also saw there was a sort of a height marker for the eaves height of the proposed unit. We then moved around to 3 Jacqueline's Close, where we looked into the site from the curtilage of that property. So this is the proposed site layout, which provides a bit more detail, and then just zooming in a little bit so it's a little more clear. Units 1 and 2 to the front of the site are 3-bedroom, semi-detached 2-storey dwellings. To the rear, units 3 and 4 are also 3-bedroom, 2-storey. And unit 5 is a chalet-style bungalow with rooms in the roof, also 3-bedroom. See the access to the west, there's a bin collection point within the appropriate distance for refuse collectors to walk in and retrieve the bins. Bin store for the rear properties. Parking is in the centre, with the exception of unit 1, which has parking to the front. There's some indicative planting marked on site, but all the details will be secured by condition. And you can see much of the existing hedge to the front of the site is retained. So again, just zooming in a little further so it's easier to see on the presentation, this is the front half of the site, where you can see units 1 and 2. Again, you've got parking to the front, bin stores for unit 1 and 2, bin collection point, bin store for the rear units, the boundary treatment surrounding these units, and between the shared spaces will be a brick wall, and the surface for the access is also to be a block paving. To the rear of the site, again, units 3 and 4, 2-storey, 3-bedroom dwellings, and unit 5, bungalow with rooms in roof. Parking for unit 5 is directly to the front of the property, whereas units 3 and 4 have parking spaces opposite. Indicative planting is shown again to reinforce existing hedges that provide boundary treatment, and that will be secured by condition. Moving on, we've got a dimension plan which shows some of the distances between the properties and boundaries and the neighbours. So this illustrates, you can see here, so unit 1 will be approximately 7.5 metres from the boundary with the neighbouring bungalow, 80 Jacqueline's Lane, and it will be unit 2 will be 2.5 metres from the existing 72 Jacqueline's Lane. The rear gardens will be 10 metres, 10 and 11 metres to the parking spaces in the centre of the site, and between units 1 and 2 and units 3 and 4 is approximately 25 metres. Looking at the rear of the site, units 3 will be 2.8 metres from the boundary with the rear garden of 80 Jacqueline's Lane. There'll be approximately 11.5 metres between the rear of the property and the boundary, with around 22 metres between the first floor window, the rear of these units, and the bungalows to the rear of the site, which is 15 and 17 Merrion Road. Unit 5, the bungalow is situated 12 metres from the nearest neighbour, 3 Jacqueline's Close, and 5 metres, just over 5 metres to the boundary with 3 Jacqueline's Close. So moving on to the existing and the proposed street scene, you can see that units 1 and 2 will be visible in the space between 80 Jacqueline's Lane, the bungalow, and 72 Jacqueline's Lane, the existing property. Some design cues have been taken from 72 Jacqueline's Lane, such as the chimney, the bay windows, and the use of matching materials, the red brick and the slate roof tiles. Those same materials are proposed for all of the new dwellings on the site. The eaves and the ridge height of units 1 and 2 are a little lower than 72 Jacqueline's Lane to provide a little bit of a step between the bungalow up to the full 2-storey dwelling as it currently exists. So this is the rear sight scene of units 3 and 4 and unit 5, and you can see this is 3 Jacqueline's Close. So you can see the relationship between those properties and then the nearest neighbour, which is 3 Jacqueline's Close. Plan shows the existing hedge and some indicative planting, which again will be secured by condition. Unit 5 is approximately 11 metres from the side elevation of 3 Jacqueline's Close. You also might be able to see on here, there's a 25-degree line taken out here from the centre of the lowest window, and that extends here. And you can see that the proposed unit falls below that line and therefore is unlikely to be detrimental impact on daylight to 3 Jacqueline's Close. There's the site section facing southwest towards 80 Jacqueline's Close. So this is units 1 and 2 and units 3 and 4. And these are 15 and 17 Merrion Road to the rear. So you can see the site slopes gently towards the rear, and these 2 bungalows in Merrion Road are set at a lower ground level. These are the units 1 and 2 elevations. So again, there's some features taken from the existing 72 Jacqueline's Lane, such as the bay window, the chimney, and the matching materials. See the floor plans, the 3-bedroom properties. And this is the roof plan. These are the elevations for units 3 and 4. Attempts have been made to reduce the height of these dwellings by utilising the dormer design and also including a single-storey element to the rear in order to attempt to minimise impacts to neighbouring properties at the rear of the site on Merrion Road. It's the floor plans for units 3 and 4. Again, 3-bedroom dwellings, side windows here to be obscured. That's the roof plan. For the elevations for unit 5. So it's a bungalow with rooms in the roof. There is a side elevation window and a side elevation roof light which faces towards Jacqueline's Close, both of which serve bathrooms and will be obscure glazed. You see the floor plans. There's a bedroom on the ground floor and 2 further bedrooms on the top floor. Windows to be obscured. And the roof light to be obscured. So moving on to some daylight modelling for the relationship between unit 5 and 3 Jacqueline's Close, which is the closest neighbour. This is the 25-degree test, so reference at 2 meters is taken on the existing dwelling and the line's taken out 25 degrees. If the proposed dwelling falls below this line, it's unlikely to be detrimental or have a detrimental effect to daylight on the existing dwelling. Additionally, we have modelling to show the shadow that would be created by unit 5. This is based in March, when the sun would be at an average point between winter and summer. This slide shows the shadow as it would be at 8 AM. And here at 2 PM, the shadow reaches the boundary between the site and 3 Jacqueline's Close. By 3 PM, you can see it starts to overshadow the garden a little bit. So the The building research establishment's guidance is that at least 50% of the garden should receive at least 2 hours of direct sunlight on 21st of March. So this model shows this guideline would be met. It should also be noted that since this assessment was undertaken, the Unit 5 has been moved 1 metre slightly further away from Jacklands Close, so this would be slightly reduced. The shadow shown here would be slightly reduced. So now moving on to some site photos. This is 72 Jacklands Lane, and you can see the existing hedge which provides the boundary treatment to the front of the site. Facing southeast now, again 72 Jacklands Lane, and the boundary hedge extending down to the neighbour 80 Jacklands Lane. And now facing north, so units 1 and 2 would be positioned in between here, and the access would be here. Again facing north, looking through the neighbouring bungalow, number 80 Jacklands Lane. Now moving on to photos within the site. This is looking northwest towards Merrion Road, and the bungalows 15 and 17 can be seen here. So looking north now, again the bungalows in Merrion Road visible here, and 3 and 4 Jacklands Close, which is visible to the side. Looking towards number 80 Jacklands Lane to the southwest. Some work has recently been undertaken to add a pitch roof to this current flat roof. This is looking further down the boundary with 80 Jacklands Lane, and that's to the rear of the garden of 80 Jacklands. Now looking north towards the rear of units of 1 and 2 Jacklands Close, and you can see the existing outbuilding here to 72 Jacklands Lane. Yep. These are the rear of numbers 3 and 4 Jacklands Close, and this is the existing hedge boundary treatment, which is within the red line boundary of this site. Now looking back towards the rear of 72 Jacklands Lane. So this is opposite 72 Jacklands Lane, residential development access via Linnets Road. These are properties in Downgate, which is also accessed from Linnets Road, and these are the properties in Downgate, which would be opposite the proposed site and the access. Now moving on to some photos taken from within 3 Jacklands Close, which is one of the nearest neighbours to the site. This is looking into the site from the rear garden. Unit 5 would be positioned the other side of this hedge. Again, looking towards the site, as this scaffolding is on 80 Jacklands Lane, the neighbour, which that work's now been undertaken. So this is looking from within 3 Jacklands Close, within the kitchen, and upstairs from within a bedroom. This would be the rear of the site with 15 and 17 Merrion Road visible there, and the commercial estate visible to the rear. Now this is the view from within Merrion Road looking towards the rear of the site. These are the bungalows 15 and 17. 72 Jacklands Lane is just visible there to the side. Again, view from the side of 15 Merrion Road. And this is within the rear garden, the existing hedge forming the boundary. So these photos are taken sort of standing on a retaining wall and holding the camera above the head so you can see into the rear of the site. So that concludes my presentation. Overall, the principle of the construction of 5 dwellings in this location is considered acceptable. Proposal is not considered to impact on the character of the area. There's no material planning harm to the residential amenity of neighbouring properties. The access to the site and parking provision within the site is considered acceptable and no objections were received from the Highways Authority. Therefore, recommends approval for the reasons set out in my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. We now turn to public speaking. Our first speaker is Mr. Mott. Mr. Mott, welcome. You have 3 minutes when you start speaking, and you know how to switch on the microphone, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May I start by saying that I recognise the need for the building of new homes for young families in the local area, and in principle am not against some development of the site. However, I live at number 3 Jacqueline's Close and will be seriously impacted by this development. The 2-storey detached dormer bungalow, and it is 2-storey and not a single storey as the applicant would have us to believe, sets 5 metres from my boundary and extending the greatest part of my small patio garden, will be overbearing, impinge upon my privacy, increase noise and make this small amenity claustrophobic. I further contend that the proposed development does not comply with the local plan. The 3 new buildings at the bottom of 72 Jacqueline's Lane are at the narrowest point of the site and stretch almost the entire width of the garden. The density is inappropriate in a residential greenfield site, and such a backland development is not in keeping with the character and visual appearance of the area. The urban design team recommended moving the access road to the centre of the site, thus moving the Hammerhead turning bay away from those of us suffering the greatest harm from noise and pollution at 2, 3 and 4 Jacqueline's Close. I urge the committee to give this change to the plan the full consideration it deserves. The insufficient provision of visitors parking on site will negatively impact on the neighbouring roads in the locality, such as Jacqueline's Close, where parking is already at a premium. It is my view that vehicles will opt to park on Jacqueline's Lane and the grass verge, which will obstruct the view of those of us turning right out of Jacqueline's Close. In addition, inappropriate parking by vehicles will inevitably impede access for pedestrians, motability scooters and pushchairs on what is a busy footpath on the main school route. In summary, this is overdevelopment of the site and is not in accordance with policy DM16, DM17 and DM18 of the local plan, and I urge the committee to reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mott, and well done for sticking within your 3 minutes. Members, do we have any questions of clarification for the local resident? No, I think you were very clear. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Marilyn Weston from the Parish Council, Town Council. I think you like to be called a Town Council, don't you? Yes, yes. I beg its pardon. Councillor Weston, you have 3 minutes as well when you're ready, and the microphone is switched on by pressing the button. If you could just switch the microphone on so we can hear you.
Yes, it's on now. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Also, Town Council have already looked at this development and sent in our objections on the basis of overdevelopment. We consider that the 5 properties, 2 semi-detached 3 beds and a bungalow that is in fact a chalet bungalow. This has been changed recently. which is a two-storey property, are not addressing the affordable housing needs that we have in Alresford, and are not in keeping with the layout of the neighbouring properties in Merrion Road and at number 80 and 82 Jacqueline's Lane, which are all bungalows. Car parking we also consider to be an issue. The turning circle and the visitors parking on site will not be adequate for the number of cars that will be on that site, which will then place pressure on already busy adjacent roads. Jacqueline's Lane is a busy road and a bus route, and there's already a precedent been set by the people who live in number 72 Jacqueline's Lane for parking on the verge, which causes sightline issues, and if that to be continued, it really is an accident waiting to happen on the access road. Access then becomes an issue in terms of the narrow access that is proposed at one side of the site, used by both pedestrians and vehicles, which is close to a bend in the road, a pedestrian crossing, and very close to the Jacqueline's close entrance and Linnets Road. As I've said, sight lines will be affected when people park on Jacqueline's Lane, as they inevitably will. And I'll also just mention biodiversity. It was stated in the biodiversity net gain statement that development proposals would not be considered in accordance with local and national policy and emerging national legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do we have any questions of clarification for the Parish Council representative? No, thank you very much indeed. If you could switch off the microphone as you go. Thank you. Next, we have the first of the ward councillors, Councillor Claire Pinniger. Councillor Pinniger, welcome. You have up to 5 minutes when you're ready. If you could switch on the mic, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to concurring with all the comments made by previous speakers, I have to say that I'm confused at the comparison that the developer has put in to say that a precedent's been set by development in Prospect Place, which is situated in a light industrial area of Alresford, a couple of roads away. There are light industrial units, there is the recycling centre, and the sort of parallels that the developer is seeking to draw don't seem to me to really be fully valid. There is a more relevant case in Kingsworthy. The reference number is 01375, which has very similar issues to the ones in the current application before you, and this was refused for reasons of overdevelopment, access, turning ability for vehicles within there, and I don't understand why an application of a development on a light industrial site nearby should be considered more relevant than this, which has got startling parallels. Also, the committee visited yesterday and saw what the parking situation is down Jacqueline's Close. And, you know, this is going to be quite a major accident hotspot, I would suggest. I appreciate that highways don't have an issue with this, but I am not clear that they've actually visited and seen the layout in person, and the committee does have the benefit of that, so I would ask that to be taken into consideration. I also concur that some development is needed. We're not against suitable development, but this does feel overdeveloped, and I think it will, as the committee saw when they visited Mr. Mott's house, it will, you know, impact his ability to use his garden. Those are my main comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pinniger. Members, questions of clarification? No, thank you very much indeed. And the next ward councillor is Councillor Margot Power. Councillor Power, good morning. You know the routine. You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. Good morning. The problem on this site is Unit 5, the Dormer Bungalow. The upstairs bathroom will directly look into 3 Jacqueline's Close. Much has been made of it being obscure glass. In my experience, bathroom windows are usually open. And I believe the eye line will be directly to the bedrooms of Jacqueline's Close. I will take officers' advice on that. And members yesterday had the joy of looking at the garden of 3 Jacqueline's Close. It is very narrow, and due to the height of the roof, a large amount of the sky available to be seen from that garden will be taken away. And I think that's most unfortunate. A couple of other points on the development as a whole. The bin stores appear to be inadequate. We have 5 dwellings proposed for the site. We expect to have 3 containers and possibly 4 for each dwelling. I don't believe the bin stores are adequate in size. And I think we are required to take them to the curbside. So we will have 8 bins, 10 bins each week lined up on the verge, which will be quite unpleasant. Turning to parking, we have 15 double bedrooms proposed for this site and 11 parking spaces, including a visitor space. That's not going to go well. Regarding the parallels drawn with the development of Prospect Place, one of the features of Prospect Road, where that site is that it's a light industrial site, and during the day all the parking spaces are taken with people that work there. However, when the people that live at Prospect Place come home from work, Prospect Road is empty and there is plenty of space on the road. That is not the case with Jacqueline's Close or Jacqueline's Lane. Another point, Chairman, no consideration seems to be given to the maintenance of number 80 Jacqueline's Road. We have vegetation proposed for that boundary. I don't think that's going to take kindly if they need to paint their wall. That has not been considered. And lastly, Chairman, this is not overdevelopment by the standards of land use we have set. However, taking into account the difficulties of access and the effect on neighbouring dwellings, I think that this does count as overdevelopment with this application, and I ask the committee to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Power. Members, do we have any questions of clarification? No? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And our final speaker is the supporter Oliver Kubitsky. Mr. Kubitsky, good morning. You have up to 3 minutes when you're ready, and you know how to switch on the microphone, I think.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. The application before you is fully policy compliant, has no objections from statutory consultees, and is recommended for approval by your planning officers. As the development proposal accords with the development plan, paragraph 11 of the NPPF states that sustainable development should be approved. Prior to submitting the application, we engaged with officers via the pre-application advice process and were encouraged to pursue the application. Since then, it's been a long journey, with the application being under consideration for 20 weeks. During that time, we have had ongoing and extensive engagement with planning officers, councillors and neighbours, and the plans have been modified in response to their comments. This has very much been a collaborative effort. There is no planning policy justification for this application to be refused. This was confirmed by Councillor Porter, Cabinet Member for Local Plan and Place, when she attended the site at the request of neighbours and subsequently withdrew her objection. Furthermore, our attendance at last month's committee was delayed at the request of Lorna Hutchings, Service Lead for the Built Environment, so that she could further scrutinise the relationship of the development with neighbours. Subsequently, following a meeting with Matthew Rutledge, the Planning Officer, and Simon Avery, the Principal Planning Officer and Team Leader, and some minor modifications to the plans, they collectively agreed to recommend approval. Members can take comfort that this application has been fully and robustly assessed against planning policy at every level of Winchester's planning department, and their unanimous professional judgment is that the application should be approved. We know and appreciate that this will represent a change and recognise that the application has caused our neighbours on Jacqueline's Close some upset, specifically Mr Mott, who is understandably concerned about the impact on his property. However, I would like to reassure members that Unit 5 was specifically designed as a chalet bungalow from the outset to minimise the change and impact. And over the past weeks, we have made amendments to the plan to move the chalet bungalow and turning head further away from Mr Mott's property in direct response to the concerns he has raised. The distance between the property exceeds that of recently consented local examples between two-storey properties. We have also engaged with him over the hedge adjacent to the boundary to his property, and at his request, confirmed on plan that this will be retained. During the site visit yesterday, Mr Moss and I had positive conversations about the boundary, and we commit to speaking further with him should this application be approved. The landscape plan is to be conditioned, allowing us to have ongoing conversations about the choice and type of planting. We appreciate that you have a tough decision to make, but hope you recognise that we have tried very hard to address the balance between sustainable housing delivery and impact on neighbours whilst delivering a policy compliant application. We respectfully request that you support the professional judgment of your planning officers and approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Capicci. Members, do we have any questions of clarification? Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to ask, in regards to the biodiversity net gain, it's supposed to be all off-site. I know there is, in the reports mentioned about swift bats and bird boxes, as well as bee bricks and hedgehog gaps in fencing. Are you able to sort of commit to any further biodiversity net gain on site, particularly as off-site mitigations tend to not be viewed very favourably?
I'm not an ecologist, but in terms of other measures, I mean, if there's anything specifically that you can think of, I'd be happy to consider it. I mean, the landscaping is going to be secured by a condition anyway, so measures could be incorporated as part of that.
Thank you very much. Members, any further questions? No, thank you very much indeed. You may return to your seat. Thank you. Matthew, did you want to update us on anything following public contributions before we come to members' questions on the report?
No, thank you.
Members, questions on the report? I'll take questions on any part of the report. I've got one first, if I may, just for clarification. I'm looking at page 70 of our report, which shows the floor plan for the chalet bungalow, and the upstairs bathroom is not actually a bathroom, is it? It's just a toilet with a sink. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, it's a toilet with a sink.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you. A couple of questions, if I may, Madam Chairman. Referring to that same room floor plan that you just mentioned, the opening dormer window, what height is the lower level of the window? I know we have previously required low level, i.e. below 6 foot, 1.80 m, to be permanently sealed windows as well as obscured. Is this appropriate, something we should consider appropriate in this case?
I don't have the measurement for the lower part of the window. It is obviously a roof light, so it wasn't considered to be as overlooking as a window in the wall would be.
Is it possible to condition that it should be top opening rather than bottom?
Yeah, we can condition that it's non-opening or
I think that would cover the issue. Thank you. Councillor White.
So
Regarding concerns of overshadowing of the garden of 3 Jacqueline's Close by Unit 5, you had the daylight modelling. Did you say that the position of Unit 5 has actually moved since you've done the modelling?
Yeah, I believe it's moved a metre further into the site and therefore away from Jacqueline's Close.
Councillor Godfrey again, sorry.
Thank you. Access to the site. Report mentioned about the concerns over pedestrian access along the vehicle access route. Is this considered safe to have vehicles and pedestrians using that same access point? Is it and is it wide enough for the vehicles, the cars and the refuse trucks that will be coming down that access path?
So the Highways Authority were consulted and they had no objections. It's a relatively limited number of users with 3 properties to the rear, so it's considered acceptable. Yes, well, refuse trucks won't be entering the site. It's wide enough for a fire truck, for delivery vehicles. Highways have no objections, as I say.
The refuse, that's why there are 2 bin stores on the access road, so that the refuse truck doesn't have to enter the site. Councillor Laming?
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the bin stores, we're looking at possible 4 to 5 bins per house. Are you convinced that there is sufficient space to keep those in the bin store areas? And how are the vehicles going to collect them? Because that'd be an enormous number on the footpath waiting to be collected when it's on a school pedestrian route.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that the bin stores provide sufficient space for bins, and there will be no refuse trucks entering the site. The collection point is positioned within our guidelines for the distance that refuse operators would walk and carry or drag bins.
If I can just add, Chairman, pages 36
yeah.
and 37 have quite a detailed explanation of that in the report. So if you want to refer to that as well, thank you.
Yeah, but this is also a concern of the town council, where they'll be lining all these bins up along the road, and whether you take into consideration the public safety of that.
I think it's been addressed, Councillor Laming, as much as these things can be addressed. The number of bins that are going to be required of us in the future is outside of planning's control. We can simply mitigate as much as we can at this stage. Councillor Langford-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to page 55, we can quite clearly see that property number 80 have built boundary to boundary, and one of the councillors' concerns was the maintenance of the wall. Can we confirm that the planting that is shown on the plan is low-level planting, so that the maintenance of the wall can be undertaken? And my second question is with regards to parking, it's quite clearly a concern for the residents of Jacqueline Close. Can we confirm that the parking on site definitely meets our parking standards supplementary planning guidance? Thank you.
So condition 5 will require details of all the hard and soft landscaping, so the height and the appropriateness of that planting can be considered at the time. And yes, the parking standards are met for 2 spaces for each dwelling. I believe there's a guideline for visitor spaces, which is 0.2 visitor spaces per dwelling, so that up to 1 for the site, which is provided. Also, Highways did comment that they had that parking does not raise concerns about overspill onto the highway, and they did not object.
Councillor White.
So we noticed on the site visit yesterday, there's a significant change in level from, particularly when you're looking down from plot 3 and 4 and 5 down towards the bungalows. I think it's on Merriam Road. And we also noticed that the current hedging is not really adequate to provide the screening that would be needed to ensure there is an overlooking. So I was just wondering, obviously the landscape plan is coming, but are there ways that we can stipulate that hedge is a certain height to avoid the overlooking? And would that benefit what Councillor Williams was talking about the biodiversity net gain that we could have on site rather than off site?
Yeah, so yeah, the condition does require a landscaping plan, and we would request appropriate height screening. The distances are appropriate in our consideration.
So I think the officers will have taken note of our concerns about that boundary and take that into consideration in the landscape plans. Yes, Megan?
Can I just add that the hedge to the rear of the site is actually owned by the neighbour, so they control the height of that hedge. So they can grow it higher if they wish to.
But on the plans, it shows some hedging there within the site as well, doesn't it?
There's the existing hedge and the neighbours, and then there's the proposed landscaping to soften that boundary even further. So that would be controlled by that condition, and we will look at that at the time when it comes in.
I think I'd just like to add that the levels we found, and I think as we saw yesterday, they work in favour in terms of mitigating it, in terms of where the neighbours are dropping down at the lower level. It enables the distance, allows the overlooking above the properties, and also having the single storey at the rear of the property again allows further distance. And with that distance coupled with those changing levels and some softening and some indicative tree planting, then we're sure that that won't have a negative amenity effect. And that the similar sort of occurrence was the other side as well for number 3 Jacqueline's Lane as well. So those things work together to ensure that the neighbour's amenity will be protected, so it's not harmful and you can still enjoy that amenity of those garden areas.
So members, any further questions on our report? Can I just ask about the biodiversity net gain? The proposal is that should be taken off site. Could you just explain very quickly what that means in terms of off-site provision? And I understand that the percentage net gain should be much higher for off-site provision. So we would expect, I don't know what it is, 50%, 100% of effective biodiversity increase on an off-site site.
Yes, so it involves paying a fee to ensure that another site off-site is enhanced and is maintained. I don't know, like I say, it is more than would otherwise be expected, but I don't know what that figure is. There are a number of enhancements also included on site. There's, I believe, 1 or possibly 2 bird boxes for every dwelling and 1 bat box, 1 bee brick, hedgehog gaps. There will also be planting around the boundaries, which would also add some enhancement.
Chair, just to add, Matthew's explained that there are additionally on-site enhancements, and the report explains that how we're mitigating with the protected species, that I think there's protected species on the site, but with the ecological habitat on the site. But additionally, there's a series of conditions that we're attaching to the report, which come from the legislation for biodiversity net gain, which I'd like to ask Dan to just explain those, because there is a hierarchy. It should be on site first, and there is an option for off-site. But if he just explains how the use of those conditions, because he's been working with us to ensure that we're picking that up as the government have legislated for.
So it's fair to say that biodiversity net gain can be achieved in a manner of ways. The guidance makes this clear, and it essentially works on what is known as the proximity principle. So when a developer looks to build and provide on-site, the proximity principle, when they input into the calculus, if you like, the metric they use, it provides an easier solution to provide it on site. If you move, however, further away, the proximity principle is designed to, in effect, penalise proposals where there's further off-site habitat. and that is ordinarily through the purchase of credits on that off-site site, because it aims to deliver biodiversity net gain in the locality where the proposed development is being sited. So a development should not be looked upon or frowned upon simply because it's purchasing off-site credits. It is allowable. The guidance makes this clear. However, the purchase of those credits may be quite costly in the competitive market nowadays. So what you see on the actual application before you is a suite of conditions which the law, since this change has come into effect, allows the local planning authority to secure this away from the typical decision that you're making today. It's coming forward by way of discharge of conditions. So you'll see condition 14, before the development is commenced, an appropriate legal agreement shall be submitted to the local planning authority and shall be executed. And it goes on to then talk about how the third party development in relation to ongoing habitat management requirements, submission of monitoring reports, the appropriate fee for those actual monitoring reports. So condition 14 looks to secure this by what we call a section 106 agreement, and that will be drafted once the discharge of that condition is relevant. Condition 13, so working backwards, secures a habitat management and monitoring plan. And there's a whole suite of conditions there about how the biodiversity net gain should be in situ for 30 years, other bits and pieces. And condition 12 talks about steps taken to minimise adverse effect on the development on the biodiversity of the on-site habitat and any other development, as well as 12E, any biodiversity credits purchased for the development. Taken together, 12, 13 and 14 secure what is required as a matter of law. And just because this is purchasing off-site credits, it shouldn't be frowned upon. It is allowable.
Just an interesting point. I've seen the land use economy is starting to create landowners are starting to come forward, wanting to look at those sites that can provide close local sites for off-site. So that is starting to happen. It's very early days in delivering this now.
But we presumably would be looking at a site in Alresford to improve in terms of biodiversity through this scheme.
I think it's early days and there aren't any specific sites out at the moment. We have to sort of work in line with that land use economy evolving and changing to deliver those closer sites. But I know the Grange is somewhere that's looking for that. They've got a big nutrient habitat scheme up there. So that they're the things that we're working at, but it's not all in place. It's an evolution to provide the delivery of the biodiversity net gain, I think.
Good, well, I think that's quite clear. If there are no more questions, members, we move to debate. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. We were fortunate enough to visit the site yesterday, where, funnily enough, the bins were being collected along Jacqueline's Road, if anybody else had noted. So I'm quite confident in regards to the concerns around bin collection from the road itself. I'm also satisfied that this is in keeping with the local street scene. However, I do have concerns over the overlooking to the bungalows on Merrin Road. So strongly urge the developer to stick to the landscaping plan, which is conditioned. I agree on the additional conditions on our update sheet as well, particularly the removal of permitted development rights to mitigate any further developments that may encroach to overlooking on either the bungalows or anybody in Jacqueline Close. So I also support the additional condition that's been proposed in regards to the bungalow roof window to top opening alongside the obscured glass. So with the additional conditions, I'll be supporting the application.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have some concerns over this application because of the increase in the amount of parking going to be required. But it is clear, and what the officers have assured us, that it meets our basic standards. I think there will be problems in the future which will need to be addressed in other ways if this scheme does go ahead. The changes to Unit 5 moving it further away from the boundary. And if we have the control over the first floor dormer window to make sure it can't be used for peering out. Don't safeguard some of the neighbours' concerns. And I think the overdevelopment issue is unfortunate, but that this is probably the right way to be going. With a density of 26 dwellings per hectare proposed on the site, the neighbouring properties in Jacklin's Close, for instance, are 23 dwellings per hectare. It's very similar. The height of buildings are not uniform in this area. So there are a mixture of 1 and 2 story or 1.5 story buildings already in that area. So I don't believe this development is going to change the character in any significant way. So I will be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Any further contributions? Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I really agree with what Councillor Godfrey just said, that looking at this site, it's inevitable that it's going to be brought forward at some point as an infill site. I mean, 20 years ago, we'd be looking at 40 dwellings per hectare on this in the old PPG 3 days. The scheme that's now offered looks about right for the site that it sits at, and that doesn't mean I'm without empathy for the neighbours at all. But I fear that's always going to be the way that somebody's going to end up with a little bit of overlook there. On the biodiversity net gain things, you might expect me to point out that the national park, which is only 250 metres or so up the road, has now a thriving market in BNG credits and renaturing schemes, and indeed, as Lorna said, the Grange up the road the other way, there's plenty of that about. So I think in some, I understand the parking issues, but as with a lot of backfill developments like this, the reality once they're built out is that you don't get a queue of cars trying to get in and out. It will work, and therefore I'm looking to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no more contributions to debate, we move to the decision. So this application is recommended for approval. Can I see all those members in favour of approving, please? So there are no votes in opposition. So that application is approved. We'll just have a short break whilst we change over the officer. That's 2 minutes, I think. If we could take our seats again, please, everybody. Okay, members, if you could take your seats again, please. Oh, where's Paula gone? Okay, members, we now move to item number 7 on our agendas, which is the application at Firgrove 65 Anmore Road in Denmead. Our presenting officer is Joe Toole. Over to you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the erection of 4 new dwellings at land adjacent to Firgrove 64 Anmore Road. So this shows the site in a wider context. So you can see it's the black dot there indicates, which I'll put my mouse cursor on, indicates the site. It's within the Denmead settlement boundary. So this slide shows the site location plan outlined in red, where the 4 dwellings would be proposed. So the application site is located to the north of Anmore Road, within the built-up area of Denmead. The surrounding residential properties to the south are a mixture of detached 2-bed dwellings, chalet and bungalows along this side. To the northern boundary is open country fields with mature trees and hedging along this boundary here. And to the east is Anmore Lodge, and to the west here is 65 Anmore Road, and there's a row of flats built out here as well. A preemptive site visit was undertaken where members viewed the site. They saw the outline of the proposed rear boundaries of the properties, as well as the stake being used for visualisation of the eaves height to get an understanding of the relationship between this built form and the neighbouring properties. Visits were also carried out to number 69 Anmore Road and number 71 Anmore Road as well. So this shows the aerial photograph of the site in the area here. This shows the local context plan, again depicting the area. So in terms of context, it is an allocated site within the Denmead Neighbourhood Plan via policy 2 IV. The purple area here is the indication. So the red line and the purple area is actually the allocated site for up to 10 dwellings. The purple indicates the possibility of 6 new dwellings being built within this area, in line with the 4 being proposed here. So this shows the proposed block plan, which shows the relationship with the neighbouring properties here, with distances being outlined on the plan as well as label of ecology areas and the new access road as well, going along between 65 and number 67 as well. So this shows the proposed site plan. We can see again the relationship between the properties and the indication of landscaping to the rear boundaries here, and the access and the parking arrangements here to the front of the properties. So this just shows a comparison plan with the previous withdrawn application, which was actually for 8 new dwellings, whereas this one here is for 4. Now on to the floor plans and elevations. This depicts plot 1, which I'll just scroll back to, which is this one here. Now it shows the floor plans here as well as the elevations, which indicates the rear views, which should be facing towards the rear of the neighbour gardens as well, where you can see a landing window, which is that first floor, would be obscurely glazed and fixed shut, and the roof lights being proposed here would be above 1.7 metres in height, which is standardised in terms of preventing no form of visualisation through overlooking. This shows the plot 2 plans. Again, the elevations on the bottom here depicts the same format. Same with plot 3 and plot 4. So here shows the proposed landscape plan, where the main point of call is to put some screening along the boundaries here to basically offset the relationship between the proposal and the neighbouring properties. So the plan is to also have the fencing along the boundary there with native trees to be planted along there. The agent have assured me it would be semi-matured at the time of placement, which means it won't have to wait a very long time to grow up, and obviously in early days not to be a problem. So this shows the proposed sections and elevations labelled on here. So I'll go through the label here. So A shows the line of it taken here, B, C, D, E, etc. So the next two slides will go through those factors, but yeah, we'll start with A. So A here shows the street scene plot 1 north to south on the west side. This is number 67 here. Now section B shows the fronts of the proposed dwellings, and then section C here shows the east side here, relationship with 71 plot 4. This is helpful as well. So this is basically from a neighbour's perspective view towards the rear of their gardens of the neighbouring properties facing the backs of the proposed dwellings. As you can see here, there would be the screening is shown here as well as the fence line, where it would prevent back-to-back overlooking. And here, that's just without the fence line here on section E. And then section F is from the view from Amwell Road, viewing the backs of the properties from the fronts of the existing dwellings here. So this shows a section plan of showing the existing 4 levels outlined in red. And you can see here there actually is there will be a dip there in the levelling of the site, which shows the relationship between number 67 and plot 1 here as well as the distances outlined with a expected distance of 15 metres between the two. But then there's also a cat side roof as well that pitches into the site. So onto the site photos here. This is taken from Amwell Road, showing the access here. That's just another angle of the access as well. And this is when you're going into the site here from the access onwards and up. And this is some site photos of the application site. Now here is the photos depicted from the red dot facing out. So this is basically been measured out to visualize the perspective here between the very nearest side. So this is the closest relationship from this point. And again, I'll go through each plot here. Onto the site photos from the neighbouring properties. So this is from the garden of number 69 Amwell Road, where photos are taken across looking out into the application site. This was taken from the first floor level of number 69 Amwell Road. And then onto a site visit at number 71. This is again this one's at ground floor in the garden space, photos across the application site. And again, this is within the dormer space here as well. Yep, so as per the officer's report, is recommended to be approved in compliance with the local plan policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. We now turn to public speaking. And our first speakers are Brian Simpson, Shirley Simpson, and Timothy Beasley. If you'd like to come up. Now you have 3 minutes between you. Have you decided how you're going to allocate the time? You have, lovely. And the time will start when you start speaking, and the microphones are switched on by just pressing the button on the base. When you're ready, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Brian Simpson of 71 Amwell Road. Reality has been lost in the documents and drawings from the developer. Looking at my slide, in red, we believe that 15 metres is far too close between habitable rooms, overbearing significant loss of privacy. Ever since the pre-submission inquiry in 2021, the impact and peaceful enjoyment of our homes has not been satisfactorily resolved. Earlier in this year-long process of proposals, the WCC Urban Design Officer advised 25+ meters for this rural location. Our bedroom and bathroom windows are in our dormers. The blue arrow lines show lines of sight from plot 4 directly into them. Loss of privacy. Same for our dining rooms and kitchens. The proposal is to install a fence and plant trees and hedges. This is not workable. Branches will overhang our garden and will not give year-round screening. Leaves drop. Too high, overbearing and overshadowing. Root intrusion into our shallow gardens, risk of structural damage. Maintenance cannot be guaranteed into the future. 4 narrowly spaced houses seen in perspective from any angle will look like a block of houses, a terrace block of houses, overbearing, out of keeping with the neighbourhood of well-spaced homes. There has been no consultation with the developer or the landowner through this process. We object.
My name is Tim Beasley of 69 Anmore Road, Denmead. I strongly object to this planning application for the following reasons. As you can see from the photos provided, the proposed properties will be far too close to our boundary, thus creating loss of privacy. We will be looking directly into the lounges and the family rooms, and they into our bedrooms on the first floor, with an approximate distance of 15 to 16 metres from window to window. Our gardens are very small, at approximately 4.8 metres to 5.7 metres in depth. It will affect and impinge on the enjoyment of our already small gardens. The trees for screenings that the developers suggest will cause us immense overshadowing and will protrude heavily over our boundary fence. This overdevelopment site creates a row of houses squeezed and squashed in with dominating, heavy-looking tiled roofs, all in a line, which is not in keeping with existing established properties and thus overbearing. Due to the TPOs on the trees to the north of the site, this effectively is pushing the proposed development further towards the south boundary and isn't giving due consideration to the existing properties. There is a vast difference between a design on paper and the actual reality of this application. We will be living next to this, which we believe is unreasonable and fundamentally unfair and would have a huge impact on our lives. Therefore, I hope you view this the same and refuse this application. We would like to thank the councillors. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Members, do you have any questions of clarification for our local residents? Councillor Godfrey.
For one or both, a lot of concerns expressed over the foul drainage from that area. Are your properties connected to the mains, or do you use soakaways?
Our properties are connected to the mains. Yes, they are. On Anmore Road, there is an existing drainage, sewage and surface water drainage issue. We are partially affected by it. It's been exaggerated by the development of just at the top of Anmore Road of 90+ houses. Further down Anmore Road, the Anmore Road is on a slope. The properties down there do suffer surface water problems and sewage disposal issues as well. Sewage raising up through into people's bathrooms, downstairs bathrooms. That is it. Now, Southern Water refused to accept that there is an issue here, and you will be hearing in the next application on Tanner's Lane that this is a serious issue, and they are further higher up than we are in Anmore Road. So yes, there is an issue here. Southern Water do not provide adequate answer or redress for this issue, and we argue that we are in a mid-level position. We argue that that we will suffer further by this, and also the people further down the road will suffer even more. I hope that answers your question.
Any further questions of clarification, members? No, thank you very much, gentlemen. You return to your seats. Thank you. Our next contribution is from Councillor Martin Clay from the local parish council. Councillor Clay, good morning. You will have as well up to 3 minutes. The timer will start when you start speaking. If you could switch on the microphone by just pressing the button on the base. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denmead Parish Council, by a majority, raised a strong objection to this development on the following grounds. The proposal is contrary to Winchester City Council Local Plan Part 2 policies DM16 and DM17, as the proposal would have an unacceptable adverse impact on nearby properties by reason of overlooking, overshadowing, and being overbearing. The application would affect the amenity and the privacy of the established properties on Anmore Road. Whilst the question of sewerage provision has been addressed in this version of the plan, there is still no explanation of how and where additional drainage which will be provided to service these additional dwellings. There is no provision on the plans for a sustainable urban drainage solution which will be needed. We ask that you refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members questions of clarification of the parish council? No? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And our final speaker is the supporter, Philip Dudley. I think you're the agent. Good morning, Mr. Dudley. And you also have up to 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. I'm the agent. The application is allocated for residential development as identified within Denmead's neighbourhood plan, and furthermore is situated within the defined urban boundary. There is a clear presumption in favour of development, subject to the usual policy criteria. This proposal is for 4 dwellings which have been designed with drop deed lines and cat slide roofs and to the rear elevations. The new dwellings will have no first floor habitable windows facing south onto the existing properties in Anmore Road. The proposed site is north of the existing dwellings, therefore there cannot be any overshadowing or loss of sunlight. The new dwellings have adequate separation distances from those on Anmore Road, and with no first floor habitable windows, there cannot be any loss of privacy. Removal of all PD rights will ensure this for the future. The existing landscape features on the site will be retained, including the mature trees to the northern boundary, which provides significant screening to the countryside. New landscaping is proposed, thus ensuring the acquisitive 10% BNG can be achieved all on site. This is acceptable to your ecologist, tree and landscape officers with no statutory objections. The existing access onto Anmore Road will serve a new driveway from the adopted highway and to the proposed dwellings. The existing access achieves the correct visibility displays with the speed limit and has no additional impact on highway safety. This is accepted by the highways officer with no statutory objection. Members will have seen during their site visit yesterday the proposed position and height of the dwellings in relation to the existing dwellings to Anmore Road. I trust that this satisfies them that this is not overbearing and that the impact is not detrimental. The overall development achieves a density of 15 dwellings per hectare, which is slightly lower than 17 dwellings per hectare that the allocation specifies. This is similar to adjoining houses, and the site has to be viewed in context with the surrounding area. That has changed. This is a policy compliant site and has been appropriately negotiated with your officers and consultees. The proposals achieves the aims and objectives of the NPPF and the local plan policies. This is also an allocated site, and as such, this should be given maximum weight in the decision process. In summary, this application provides an opportunity to integrate a new residential development into the existing character of the area on land allocated for residential development. I trust that you will follow the recommendation and permit this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, do we have any questions of clarification? Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The site is part of the that allocated within the Denmead neighbourhood plan, but only part of it. And the remainder of the site, which is mentioned as being available for 6 properties, is, I believe, under the same ownership. Why hasn't this been brought forward together with the other 4 properties?
The site is not under the same ownership. The existing house at 65 is owned, well, that is the red line plus his property, but the next door property at 63, is owned by someone else, and unfortunately there is no negotiation between the 2 landowners, so we can't bring the site forward as a whole site because the next door neighbour won't come on board.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to ask on the landscaping plan. It very much looks like the roadway looks to be tarmacked. Is that the current plan, or are there any plans to have it as a permeable surface?
The the road surface can be conditioned as part of the landscaping proposals. At this stage, depending on what the drainage solution is in terms of permeable, if it's permeable, then obviously we can use permeable tarmac or permeable block pavers or any type of permeable surface. So subject to the drainage design will then lead to what surface finishes we will provide. So at the moment it's in abeyance, but obviously we would put something there that was acceptable to the landscape officer in terms of block pavers or something that's more rural.
Yes, we can come to that. Thank you very much. Any other questions, members? No? Thank you very much indeed. You may return to your seat. Thank you. Good. So, Joe, any comments following the public contributions, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just want to say in terms of the neighbour presentation, while it's helpful to get a visualisation, it wasn't done on any accurate software or any accurate scaled positions on that. The things to refer to is within the drawing pack here with regards to accuracy and scale and measurements as well. And also in terms of the permeable surfaces, there is a condition on hard and soft landscaping, so that can be controlled via a condition as well.
So I think it's clear that members think that a permeable surface is appropriate, if we could just make sure that that's the case. I've got a question. So we'll now move to questions on the whole report, members. And if I could start by asking, there's a significant number of protected trees on the site, which is why the houses have been effectively squashed together slightly, and why there are only 4, presumably, on quite a big site. And therefore, there is a large area of ecological mitigation and ecology area around the base of those protected trees. Can I ask, is that area designed to be open, or is it in some way protected if it's an area for ecology? I noticed that the private amenity space of the proposed houses is relatively small. And I'm just concerned that if this is supposed to be an ecology area, how is it going to be protected from residents who might consider that, you know, that is an area for them to play in, walk the dogs in, chase squirrels in, whatever?
Thank you, Chair. Well, there is the B&G condition with regards to 10% net gain, which would need to be secured, which would then specify the species and what would be positioned where and how it would achieve that. Then I believe there have to be protection measures on how that would be over time within a standard period of time to be kept and maintained and secured. I don't know the actual real parameters in terms of how they would corner that space off, but the position is to enhance the biodiversity of the area through those designated spaces.
Chair, I was just reading condition 7, and criterion C does say the management measures to maintain the habitat in accordance with the approved biodiversity game plan. So the use of it will have to reconcile itself with the need to ensure the habitat is maintained. So again, it's quite new territory, but that would be something we would definitely need to ensure, because trampling and pets and all things like that will have an effect. So
Tree houses.
yes, everything will have an effect. So it will have to come out through that.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Laming.
Thank you. Carrying on that line, now we notice that these trees are quite large and getting on from being mature. Are we convinced that the foundations of the houses won't be affected by subsidence because we're on clay, and that trees absorb an awful lot of water in dry spells? And also where you've got the drive going along, I'm concerned about the compactation of the soil, which would have an adverse effect on the trees as well. So I would like some clarification on that, please.
Thank you. The tree officer was consulted on the application, and there was no objection raised on the grounds of impact on the trees along the site there as well. So based on conditions we have to control hard and soft landscape and near to that boundary in terms of, like we mentioned here, permeable surfaces as well, to not cause water just to spill straight out onto the trees and cause sort of over flooding and things on that space. It's it's being considered within the application.
Yes, but about the foundations of the houses as well, because we do have time to time tree applications to chop down protected trees where they're having an impact on houses that were built a long time after the trees were built and grown.
Chair, that's why the houses have been positioned away from the trees. So you've got the lower impact of the driveway, which condition says 7 deals with in terms of the construction exclusion zone, and all of those matters will be dealt with through the analysis of how that is done, and anything in respect of subsidence is a building control matter and not for this planning committee to consider. But yes, that design and those additional technical documents will give you the comfort that you need, Councillor Laming.
Councillor Small.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the fact that this is an allocated site, but I noticed that in the neighbourhood plan, it specifically requested 1, 2 and 3 bedroom houses. Could you just clarify where we stand on this and with the neighbourhood plan? Just because obviously this is 3 and 4 bed houses. And I'm assuming in the neighbourhood plan, the idea was to bring some more, although maybe not affordable, but some more smaller family homes for people. Could you just clarify? Thank you.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. So in terms of the position here, we deemed the character to be a mixture of 3 and 4 bed with regards to the along Almore Road. So we believe this would relate to the character of the area. This is also a reduction from an 8 dwelling scheme that was put in last year. So there is an element of negotiation and compromise there with a reduction from an 8 scheme to a 4 dwelling scheme, which therefore would have less of a overarching impact as well.
Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you. I mentioned to the residents and we submitted about the concerns over foul drainage. We have reassuring words in the from Southern Water saying, oh, they can handle it, when evidence suggests they can't. What improvements have been made or are in their business plan to improve the foul drainage along Anmore Road? Because if the infrastructure is not sufficient to support new development, we shouldn't be supporting it.
No, thank you. So in terms of clarification, Southern Water is the foul provider in this area. So they were consulted on this as a statutory consultee, raising no objection to the proposed development. So they're the body tasked with dealing with these matters, Southern Water. Regarding this, the developer would be expected to complete any upgrade works to be able to accommodate the development. So this be subject to a legal agreement with Southern Water, and is also confirmed by the drainage condition 14, which covers this information on design, period and intensity of that as well. So the reason for this is to control the occupation before connectivity, not to constrain the infrastructure. So it's proactive.
I'm sorry, if there is no infrastructure adequate to support new development, in the same way that we wouldn't allow building on a floodplain, why would we allow building in an area where Southern Water have not yet provided adequate foul drainage?
Chair, it is their responsibility to provide it, and it's not for this local planning authority to try to pick up on any opinions about their short failings or there isn't any. I don't know what the evidence is for that. We have to respect their expertise in this respect. Additionally, you've got a sustainable urban drainage scheme for this site. Condition 14 looks quite a lot of detail in terms of what the details are for surface water and foul drainage works. We want to see them as well. What are you going to do? It's acceptable to do that before the commencement of development, so nothing can happen and the houses certainly can't be occupied until those works are upgraded. That is the way we have to deal with these matters. It's the way we've always dealt with these matters, giving significant weight to our statutory undertakers, which is a legal duty for us to really do. It's not in a floodplain. It is an allocated site as well, and that is something that is considered at the time of allocation in terms of flooding. So there's no more moratorium on new housing, because we do know that there is big amounts of rainfall coming down, and it's quite an emotive issue. But we have to keep building houses, and the local planning authority has to keep delivering them in line with that framework. Is there anything further you wanted to add to that, Dan?
Yeah, I can do, Madam Chair, if I may. So this issue was essentially dealt with by the High Court about what weight you attach to a statutory consultee. And I think, Councillor Godfrey, this is probably the thrust of the point you're making here. So in the case of Shadwell Estates Limited in the High Court in 2013, His Lordship Lord Justice Beeston basically deals with this issue. He says, secondly, a decision maker, i.e. you, the planning committee, the local planning authority, should give the views of statutory consultees in this context, quote, great or considerable weight. That's the first point. So you have to set your stall by what those charged with the statutory duties in relation to sewage, i.e. Southern Water, you have to give their expertise, their technical analysis and their appraisal of this scheme great and considerable weight. Moreover, now this is probably the point which we're dealing with here about moving away from the statutory consultees assessment here. If you're minded to do that, what I'm charged to do as your legal advisors say, if you're moving away from that great and considerable weight of the statutory consultee here, you have to establish cogent and compelling reasons as to why you're moving away from the views of a statutory consultee. Now, be that as it may, that's your undertaking as to what cogent and compelling reasons do you have? What evidence is placed before the planning committee here? Other than that the statutory consultee is saying we do not object and what the residents are saying. You're charged to weigh that up in the planning balance and to find cogent and compelling reasons to move away from the views of Southern Water.
Just to finish off, trying to substantiate that this site will have any further impact, because it is dealing with its own surface water for one, on the experiences that might be happening in the other neighbourhood is almost it's pretty difficult. And I ask you to read condition 14 again, actually, because it's asking a lot of things that we are taking responsibility for anyway, notwithstanding what Dan has just said. Looking at disposing the surface and foul water by a means that's sustainable, looking at design storm period intensity, methods employed to delay and control the surface water discharge from the site and to prevent polluting the groundwater. So there is as much in there as we can possibly do.
Yes, we've also got actually a slightly amended condition 14 on the update sheet, which further strengthens that consideration.
If I may, Madam Chairman, the issue of surface water is not, in my opinion, important. It is something that has to be tackled, and is quite rightly the responsibility of the developer. Foul drainage system, according to the parish council and to the residents and the numbers who have objected, fails on a regular basis, and we have pollution coming out of the drains in quantities, not because of surface water, but because the foul drainage system is inadequate. We cannot put any pressure on the developer to improve the main system, but we can resist development in an area where the infrastructure is not adequate. Now, I cannot see any evidence, and be happy to.
I think that's the point, Councillor Godfrey. We can't really resist it without substantiated evidence.
And without evidence that Southern Water are doing something to improve it, then that would suggest we have the ability to go away from the advice of a response given by Southern Water.
The advice from your officer's chair is that we don't really have that ability. and that is for Southern Water to deal with. I do know that they have a project for that. I've Googled it once. I don't know the name, but that is their responsibility. So does this site deal with it in the statutory framework? Your advice that we're giving you strongly is yes, it does. And that if you think it doesn't, then you'd have to really look at what evidence you're saying. Where's the harm from this development in itself? Otherwise, is it an evidence-based thing? Was it just that we're unhappy with statutory undertakers?
Thank you. I think you've made your point, Councillor Godfrey, and I think the officers have responded. Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for sticking with this, but I fully accept what the officers are saying, and I do understand that in this particular case, you know, I'm almost certainly going to go with the officer's recommendation. However, I would just like to make the point that I don't think for us as an authority and as a committee, it is acceptable for Southern Water to give such a bland response to their statutory consultation simply to say they'd have no objection, because I'm minded of what happened in East Meon earlier this year, where because of increased development there, which is quite in accordance with East Hampshire's local plan and so on, the sewage system was overwhelmed, a pipe broke, and the recreation ground, allotments and people's back gardens was covered with sewage. In that case, Southern Water again had not objected to any development in East Meon, but they'd done diddly squat to ensure that their infrastructure could cope excuse me, with the effects of that development. Now, as you rightly say, it's not within our gift to use that to throw out any particular application. It might be perhaps within our gift to make the point very strongly to Southern Water that we as a committee are not satisfied with their level of response to our consultations, and perhaps handle it that way, because I think this is going to come up more and more and more in the future. Thank you.
I think we all entirely agree with you, Councillor Pett, and perhaps the press could respond in some way and say that the planning committee is very concerned about the approach of Southern Water to increase development, but we are not in a position to turn down applications because of that concern. Right. Councillor Godfrey, you have another question.
I'm sorry you feel surprised. Denmead neighbourhood plan allocates a site off Anmore Road for 10 dwellings for 1, 2 and 3 bedroom houses. So the plan we have to deliver against is the Denmead neighbourhood plan. This proposal doesn't seem to deliver against that. It's delivering larger houses on only part of a site. This is going to hamper the delivery of the overall allocation as agreed at great expense and great effort by the people of Denmead. Why can't we why should we not require the Denmead neighbourhood plan to be delivered as written and not in what would appear to a cynical person to be a way of avoiding affordable housing commitment?
I believe it's allocated for 10 houses, which wouldn't include affordable housing element anyway, because up to 10 is not required, is it? Is that right? 10 does. 10 does. 10 and over does. All right. Joe, would you like to respond to Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in terms of the process of this, it has gone through various applications previously. Previously, there was a scheme for 8 being provided within the area here. So 8 new units. There was issues with overdevelopment of that with regards to the parking and the way it was placed. So that's hence they've come in with a reduced scheme here for 4 units, which is deemed much more appropriate with regards to the density and scale of the site. And we've deemed that to be an acceptable position as such, that achieves that within that area.
May I just add, Chair, as well? we have policy and then we have the pragmatism of trying to deliver. And so you start off with an allocation of a site and then you need the land assembly. And so we end up with a situation, if we didn't have one half, we'd have nothing. And so we couldn't, the developers explained we couldn't bring the two sites together. And so you end up with a smaller site, or you end up with no site coming forward. And it is an allocated site and we do want new housing here. And on the one site, as Jode explained, we did then look at more houses on that one site, but that wasn't suitable because of the constraints. And so you end up now with where we are with a sort of balance in the middle of the mix. So that's my sort of take on all the work that Joe's done over the years to try to actually deliver the allocation. Thank you.
And presumably the larger homes reflects the character of the immediate area where the predominant style is of larger homes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Members, any further questions on the report? So if no more questions, we move to debate. Councillor White.
So I think overall it's a well-designed site considering the constraints posed by the TPO trees. And I appreciate the efforts that have been made to minimise the overlooking with the sloped roofs and the obscure and top opening windows at the back. But I just think from what's been said with climate change and the anecdotal evidence of the foul water infrastructure problems, I think the sustainable drainage system and the permeable surface that we've talked about are going to be ever more important, which we can secure by the conditions.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I agree with what Councillor White has said. I mean, this area is allocated in the Denmead Neighbourhood Plan, so development is inevitable on this site, but that development must be appropriate, which is incredibly important. So I welcome the revised plans from 8 to 4 dwellings, as I believe it is sympathetic to the local area and the local housing density in the local area, and feel as though
by Southern Water or others, and we ought to be putting more pressure on them. However, my greater concern is that this site has been allocated for homes, 10 homes in the Denmead Neighbourhood Plan, and it is not being delivered as such. It is not being delivered for 1, 2 and 3 bed homes which have been specified in that plan, and nor is it making any contribution towards affordable housing, which the neighbourhood plan anticipates. And when the second part of the site comes forward, if this first part is allowed, there will be no requirement for that second part to deliver any affordable housing at all. So I believe that this is coming forward prematurely. Until the whole site can be brought forward, we should not be permitting this application.
Right, if there's no more contributions to debates, I'd like to take this to the decision. So this application is recommended for approval with the amended conditions on our update sheet. So can I see all those in favour of approving this application, please? Six, and those against? So that application is approved. Thank you. We'll now take a break and return at 11:40. Thank you. All right, members, if we're all settled back, I think we'll start again with the next item on our agenda, which is item number 8, land at the Elms Tanners Lane in Denmead. And our presenting officer is Rose Chapman. So over to you, Rose. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I can first just draw your attention to the update sheet. There have been several updates included in that one. So here we have the red line plan. Once again, we're looking at a site allocation within the Denmead neighbourhood plan. This is policy 2.2. The policy has several requirements. One of them includes access from the Carpenter's Field development, which was a previous allocation. So on the red line plan here, you can see the Carpenter's Field to the west of the site, and the access that was constructed to feed into this development can be shown at the point. Sorry, cursor up at the point of the cursor here. Here we have the aerial view of the site, so you can get an appreciation of the rural character of the area. So at the point of the cursor at the top here is Tanners Lane. The envisioned access through the neighbourhood plan is shown at the point of the cursor here. This aerial view you can really appreciate the edge of settlement character for the area. So it's surrounded by fields and ponds. You have the public open space to the north, and then all of the development is facing towards the village of Denmead, or is a landscape-led approach where it faces outwards. So on the left-hand side here, we have the proposed layout. And on the right-hand side, we have the master plan. As with the previous application, not the whole of this site is coming forward. Therefore, I've asked for a master plan. This is what has been submitted. The policy requires up to approximately 20 dwellings. So the master plan shows that approximately 17 could be accommodated on this site, including 2 bungalows in the area that's yet to come forward. To give you an idea of what the street scenes would look like, we've got some sections through the site. So at the top is the red line here that you can see that bisects the site. So you'd see plot 1 at the front adjacent to Tanners Lane, with plot 2, which is located here, and plot 5 located here at the rear of the site. And then the green line, which you can just about see at the top here. This would be the view of the site looking in from Tanners Road and the public open space to the north. A couple more sections for you. So the red line at the top is from the side. So the elms that's being retained currently, you can see at the top of the screen here, with Tanners Lane just to the right. And then plot 11 and plot 10, which would be the 2 detached dwellings you can see here. The proposed pumping station is covered by some trees, and then to the rear of the site, plot 9, you can see here. The green line shows the end vista view that you would get from the access. So it's this green line here, and you would see these plots from 4 to 9. Just to give you an idea of some of the proposed elevations and internal layouts, these are an example of all the houses proposed are of 2 and 3 bed dwellings, and they would all be over 2 stories. So general layout, so smaller 3 beds with 2 single beds and a master double, and then the 2 beds would have a smaller single and a double. But as I previously mentioned, the policy requires an access off of Carpenter's Field, which you can see here. This plan shows the changes that are required to make the access proposed from Tanner's Lane acceptable. So to the east, we have one widening point here that would feed in from Black Horse Lane, and then 2 additional widening areas to the east that would feed off Kidmore Lane. Here we have some drainage plans. So I know that drainage has been a key issue in the area recently. On the left-hand side, these are the flood exceedance plans. So when the proposed and existing SUDS schemes fail to work or they overflow, the scheme would go through the site, out through this corner, and you can see on the right hand side there's an existing ditch system that it would feed into. And then on the right hand side you have the pumping station located here at the point of the cursor that would pump foul up the hill and along Tanner's Lane to join into the mains connection along Kidmore Lane. So my last plan before I show you some photos. This is the proposed landscaping plan. The application would remove an orchard and a few other trees, totaling to approximately 52 trees would be removed. So this landscaping plan shows replacement tree planting or whips at the southern end of the site under the existing tree canopy, and approximately 60 trees are proposed to be replaced. The policy does require a buffer along the east, which would be along this elevation here. So this is proposing to enhance some of the existing hedgerow. And there is an existing hedge along here that is proposed to be enhanced as well. Moving on to some photos. Here we have some views along Tanner's Lane. It's currently a single track road. So looking to the east at the top here, you can appreciate the rural character of this lane and its verdant character. And at the bottom, again, you can see the verdant character of the area. It's very rural when you're travelling down this road. You have the pedestrian access coming off the Carpenter's Field development to access the public open space that you can just see the corner of the access on the opposite side of the photo there. When looking within the site at the top, this is from the bottom corner adjacent to the elms looking south, so you can appreciate the large trees to the rear. You can see the Carpenter's Field development adjacent. And at the bottom here is the view looking north towards Tanner's Lane. You can see the elms here and the Carpenter's Field development to the left. A few more photos taken from the inside of the site. So there are some existing outbuildings that are to be removed. The orchard I mentioned earlier is located in this area at the top. At the bottom you can see a few more of the outbuildings to be removed and this prominent corner tree. At the top here we have the existing house at the Elms that's currently to be retained. The plans submitted indicate that there would be a boundary fence and hedge established should the application progress to delineate the boundaries between the two sites. At the bottom here, this is approximately where the envisioned access would come into the site here. The recommendation is to refuse.
Thank you very much, Rose. Now we now turn to public speaking. We have first Philip Harrison and Keith Hayward. Hi, gentlemen. You have 3 minutes between you. Have you decided how you're going to sort out who's speaking when?
Mr. Harrison says he's going to be very short, so if he goes first, then I'll hopefully
take up the rest.
Try my best to squash everything I have to say into what's left.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the time will start when you start. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I live on the corner of Tanners Lane and Kidmore Lane. And the map here is showing you, the case officer is just showing you where the land is, but what it's not adequately showing you is what the lanes feeding off of Tanners Lane are like. So what I really want to do is just show you what that is. So there are two areas there. The top one is Kidmore Lanes going south, so Tanners Lane would feed off to that. And you can see on the left and right here where cars try to pass and the edges of highways being eroded away. And the same on White Horse Lane, where you can see that's a single track and there's no chance of any heavy goods vehicles ever being able to pass in these lanes. So really that's what I wanted to highlight to you. Even putting passing points into Tanners Lane is not going to help you when you've got to get out into the village via Kidmore Lane or White Horse Lane. And I think this application is basically making that dangerous for other road users, other walkers that use these lanes. There's a children's nursery off of Kidmore Lane where the families walk up Kidmore Lane. So to be walking up there with heavy goods vehicles and an estate full of houses, I think is unacceptable. And for those reasons, I would like the committee to refuse this application. That's all I have to say.
If you could switch on your microphone, please.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair. I'm a resident at 115 Anmore Road, and I speak not only on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of the newly formed Anmore Action Group, which is basically a group of all of the houses, bar two, from Edneys Lane to the bottom of the hill at King's Pond. All of the houses which are affected by the appalling state of our sewage system and the flooding in the area. I did file in advance because of the shortness of time a written response that deals with everything, but I hope you've had the chance to read that. But I'd like to concentrate on the drainage and really carry on from where you left off in your discussion in the last subject. There has been decades of lack of investment by Southern Water in the drainage systems in Denmead. There is clear evidence of this. Southern Water's own website shows that in 2022, they had to dump raw sewage into the River Wallington on 20 occasions from the two pumping stations in Denmead. That adds up to 486 hours. Imagine a large pipe constantly pouring sewage into our rivers for 486 hours. It gets worse in 2023. It goes up to 30 incidents and the hours go to 708. Now, that is what they have declared. I hope some of you...
That's the end of your 3 minutes.
Okay.
But members may have questions of clarification, so if you just hold your horses. I'm sorry, it's a very short time, I know, but you did send in some information to members, didn't you, in advance, which I'm sure we've all read. So members, any questions of clarification for our local residents? If you could just explain to me what happens to at the moment to local residents when you have a problem with the sewage?
Well, what happens is what we have is a pipe which is only 150 millimeters. That's the main sewer. It's far too small. I mean, you imagine it's about that size. Denmead has grown and grown and grown, and the sewer has never been upgraded. The pipe is so old that it is constantly filling up with groundwater. We can prove this because I gave you the reference to Southern Water. The engineer that came out looked at it and was gobsmacked himself at just how much water was inside the main sewer, which he said shouldn't have been there. Well, of course it shouldn't, because the pipe is supposed to only contain sewerage. He took a video, he went away to investigate in April. 8 months on, we are still waiting for the outcome of his investigation as to what they can do about the state of the sewer. We have an engineer within our group, Dr. John Starbuck, who I think some of you may have met yesterday at the site inspection. He came over and I think introduced himself. He has carried out a thorough investigation of this, and it's his view that the only way we are going to resolve the flooding and the raw sewage that we get spilling out down our end of the village is that pipe. The whole thing needs to be completely replaced and resealed.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. I think you've made your point very well. Thank you. If there are no more questions, thank you very much, gentlemen. You may return to your seats. If you could just switch the microphone off as you go. Thank you. Now we have Councillor Martin Clay from the Parish Council again. If you'd like to give us your contribution, you have up to 3 minutes again. Thank you. If you don't forget to switch on the mic.
Denmead Parish Council raised a strong objection to this development, and we support the officer's recommendation for refusal. The site is one which was allocated in the Denmead Neighbourhood Plan, but this application is in contravention of the plan. The site was designed to be accessed via the adjoining development site known as Carpenter's Field. With the help of this committee, we ensured that the access for this site was included in the approved plans, and the developer built the necessary road up to the site boundary. This application ignores this provision and proposes access via Tanner's Lane, which is a single track road with no passing places and is accessed via 3 other single track lanes, none of which are on the highway standard suitable to serve this application. Tanner's Lane only has 1 dwelling on it, the one on the edge of this proposal. The lane is very quiet and is used by walkers, runners, horse riders and families for quiet exercise in the countryside. It is unsuitable for the traffic from the proposed 11 dwellings. This application fails to include a biodiversity survey, even though the adjoining Carpenter's Field development had to incorporate safeguards during and post-construction for the protection of the great crested newts found in the area. Denmead Parish Council contends that this application proposes a development with an unsuitable access which does not accord with the Denmead Neighbourhood Plan, in that it does not utilise the access which was deliberately built to serve this site. We ask that you refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clay. Members, any questions of clarification for the Parish Council? No? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And finally, we have the support of Mr. Michael Knappett. Mr. Knappett, if you'd like to come forward. You also have up to 3 minutes from when you start speaking, and the microphone is switched on by just pressing the button on the seat. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and members. The application site forms part of a larger allocation within the Denmead Neighbourhood Plan. Developing only part of an allocation is not that unusual. See the previous application. One team's meeting with the planning officer to discuss the application has taken place, and the applicant and I met on Teams with Zoe Goldsmith, the council's ecologist, to discuss ecology issues. The planning officer delayed the ecology meeting from taking place and yet did not attend on the revised date. An offer to meet again with the planning officer to progress the layout has been ignored. This is not collaboration on any level. It is not considered that the layout would be cramped due to the location of the proposed access. Parking opposite plot 6 and 7 is not that unusual. The proposed density of the scheme would be 27 dwellings per hectare. The neighbourhood plan envisages a density of 31 dwellings per hectare across the whole allocation. That's based on 20 units and a site area of 0.64 hectares. It actually measures 0.59. The proposed master plan identifies 17 units in total, and this would equate to 29 dwellings per hectare. The sketch layout identifying 20 units in total, circulated by the planning officer, would have meant a density across the allocation of 36 dwellings per hectare, and also 27 dwellings per hectare on the red line application site. To criticise the density of the proposed scheme is plainly ridiculous, when the sketch alternative would have meant the same density on the current scheme and leave a higher density across the whole allocation. Based on TRIX data, traffic flows are likely to increase by some 6 movements in each of the AM and PM peak periods. Notwithstanding such a small increase, it is now proposed to provide 3 formal passing places on Tanners Lane to complement the existing passing arrangements on such a lightly trafficked lane. These would be secured via a 278 agreement with Hampshire County Council. Passing places are a characteristic of rural lanes. The imperceptible increase in traffic along Tanners Lane, coupled with the provision of passing places, would not adversely impact the character of the area, as has been suggested by the planning officer. A refusal based on a development providing parking that meets the council's parking standards cannot be sustained. An outstanding matter which the applicant has acknowledged is the need to address great crested newts. The applicant would be willing to pay the full cost of using the council's district licensing scheme if there are no other issues. The alternative is to undertake the phase 2 surveys for great crested newts in the spring for a fraction of the cost. The team's meeting with the council's ecologist did not flag up the need for further surveys for bats or reptiles, as is suggested in the report. As currently written, the second reason for refusal lacks precision and should clarify what protected species would be harmed. The matters addressed within the third and fourth suggested reasons for refusal could be addressed by the imposition of planning conditions. We hope that you disagree with the recommendation of officers and are able to defer a decision on this application so that the applicant can continue to negotiate with officers on the layout. Furthermore, the changes to the MPPF due to be published today is another reason why this application should be deferred.
I'm afraid that's the end of your 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time.
Members may have questions of clarification. Members? Councillor White.
I just wondered why the expected access at Carpenter's Field has not been included, why you've decided to do the Tanners Lane route.
That's very simple, because following the planning permission granted on the Carpenter's Field development, 2 ransom strips have been imposed along the boundary. One, I believe, by Persimmon Homes and another one by the landowner of that site, which means that the starting point for a negotiation would be they'd have every right to ask as a starting point a third of the development value of the whole scheme, which would render it unviable. So what we've been trying to pursue with the council is a pragmatic solution and looking at an alternative access. If you've had a chance to digest the email that was circulated on Tuesday, the reason for uploading the planning appeal decision from the Waverley Residential Housing Scheme was because it's been published on the council's website, it's been circulated to the planning officer, and she hasn't had the courtesy to respond to it. But the Waverley Housing Planning Appeal deals with a neighbourhood plan allocation scheme for a 23 dwelling site, where it's very comparable to this site, where on that site there's ransom strips precluding an access in the preferred location, and an inspector decided that an alternative access, which was going to be safe, would be satisfactory. He cited in his decision the advice in the planning practice guidance, which was copied into the email, which says that ransom strips are a material consideration. That's been put to the planning officer here. So all we're asking is some pragmatism. We can't provide the access via the Carpenter's Field because of the ransom strips. And so we're just seeking a pragmatic alternative solution. Thank you.
Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In your written submission and in your oral presentation just now, you referred to conformance to the Denmead National Neighbourhood Plan. Policy 2.2 of that plan specifies 5 requirements for this site. There should be about 20 dwellings. There should be a mix of 2 and 3 bed houses and bungalows. It's accessed from a village centre scheme only. It's designed for a distinctive development parcel, and it retains the landscape buffer onto Tanners Lane. At least 4 of those are not met. So how is the proposal meet the Denmead Neighbourhood Plan?
I would disagree with that. I would suggest that probably two of them are not met. We can't, the landscape buffer along the northern boundary isn't provided because the access is proposed off Tanners Lane. There is a landscape buffer, as the planning officer suggested, along the eastern boundary. The access is taken via, is proposed to be taken from Tanners Lane and not via the Carpenter's Field development. So they're the two issues which I think we don't strictly comply with. In terms of some of the other issues, the scheme does provide 2 and 3 bedroom dwellings. On the master plan layout that's been submitted for 17 dwellings, that would include 2 bungalows. So we tick that box. I'm not sure. What is that? No, the application includes 2 and 3 bed dwellings as per the neighbourhood plan. But no bungalows, no.
Thank you. Thank you. Any more questions of clarification for our contributor? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Nappich. You may return to your seat. Thank you. Right, Rose, do you have any comments before we come to questions on the report?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a point of clarification in regard to ransom strips. On page 176 of my report, I do go into what the PPG says regarding ransom strips, and it mainly focuses on allocating sites that may have ransom strips, and I have gone into that. In terms of DM planning, it's usually a civil matter, so it's not material to planning, and that's the approach I've taken. Should things have been very different with this application, it may have been possible to look at the Tanners Lane access in a more favourable light. However, due to the harm that I've identified and has been laid out in the report, I do not think that at this point the scheme that has been suggested would be acceptable to make that exception to the policy.
Thank you. Okay, let's move now to questions on the report, members. So do we have any questions for our planning officer? Thank you. Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask you to go a bit further on this ransom strip issue, particularly the Waverley appeal case, and how that applies here in the light of what the agent just told us?
So in terms of appeals, there are certain amount of weight that you can give to them. In the Waverley appeal, what we need to consider is it in the district? No, it's not. Is it, or how much similarity is there, regardless of the fact that this is outside of the Winchester district, and therefore you have things like there are different plans in place, you have different policies to consider, there are different constraints. So while it may have been acceptable in the Waverley case, this site is completely different in a different local authority, subject to different policy and subject to different constraints. So from a technical perspective, as I've laid out in my report, the alternative access may be acceptable, but the harm generated in other ways due to the character of the area and the impact on that, it's not been considered acceptable, and therefore the Waverley appeal decision, I haven't given it any weight.
Yes, Councillor Pett.
Thank you. Okay, so just to get this clear in my own head, the fact that in the Denmead neighbourhood plan it was specifically excluded as an access from this site, that presumably makes that a significant material consideration in this particular application, does it?
So yes, specifically the neighbourhood plan says that it has to be accessed off the Carpenter's Field development. It's very specific in the policy. If it had not been worded that way, I might have had some wiggle room to look at alternative accesses that may have been acceptable. In this case, as laid out in my report, there was no other option but to refuse it in this case.
Any further questions, members? If no, we move to debate. Councillor Lamy.
I think this was a very comprehensive report. I think the officer did a very good job on this, and I shall be supporting that. We refuse it.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay, so we move to the decision. So this application is recommended for refusal. Can I see all those in favour of refusing this application? Okay, so that application is refused. Thank you. There'll now be a slight pause whilst we change our presenting officer. Thank you. Okay, everybody, if we could settle down now, please, for the next item on our agendas. Okay, so we now move to item number 9 on our agendas, which is on land adjacent to the Farmer's Home, Heathen Street, Durley in Hampshire. And our presenting officer is Ethan Townsend.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Today I'll be walking you through the application for 4 single-storey timber-clad cabins for use as holiday lets at the land adjacent to the Farmer's Home on Heathen Street in Durley. So first, just to set the context for the site, I provided an aerial. Obviously, the red line shows the application site. You can see it is in rural surroundings, but there is a residential character to the southeast and the east of the area. As you can see from the site, there is a public house, the Farmer's Home, to the southwest. There are agricultural fields to the north, and residential properties to the south of the site and the east. The proposal obviously is for 4 holiday lets, so single-storey timber cabins. This shows the proposed site plan for the proposal. As you can see, they're sort of spread out among the site. I'll start with the access. So there's a proposed widening of the access to about 5.5 metres to obviously allow two-way vehicular travel. There is the colouring in specifically shows where the block paving is going to go. However, the rest of the landscaping would be gravel, so a permeable surface. Then with regards to the landscaping, the hedging at the front is to be retained. Then to either side of the site, the existing landscaping is to be retained, but also enhanced. Similar to the rear, the trees are to be retained. Each plot will obviously have their own 2 parking spaces. They'll also have their own amenity area, which is separated through new proposed hedging. So now we're just going to go through the proposed plans for each of the units. So as you can see from the elevation plans, they're fairly simple structures, a pitched roof, timber-clad elevations, fairly small windows to the side, front and rear, timber door,
Yeah, and then to this side, so on the right hand corner, you can see there's obviously some patio glazing, but it's fairly minimal and modest for what's proposed. Then with regards to the internal layout, as you can see, there would be 2 bedrooms proposed, 1 main bedroom for a double bed, and then a smaller bedroom for 2 single beds. Then you've got the kitchen and dining room area and a bathroom. So this is specifically for unit 1. However, I will say the rest of the units I'm about to show you are similar in design. The layout internally is just slightly different. So as you can see, yeah, and this is for units 2 and 3. The design is fairly similar externally, but internally it's just a flipping around of where the bedrooms lie in comparison to the dining and kitchen room and the bathroom. Similarly, again, unit 4, this one's slightly different. Obviously, the patio door, as you can see on the rear elevation, is on the rear elevation, so it's slightly different to the others, but it is they're all fairly similar in design, timber-clad structures with pitched roof, and a small modest porch. I provided the proposed landscaping plan. There's obviously a lot going on, so I will try and detail it as best I can. But I'll start to the entrance to the site. So the existing hedgerow all along Heathen Street, that is to be retained as existing, as is the existing hedgerow to the right. So that's between the application site and the residential properties on Whitegate. So that's to be retained and enhanced where possible. Similarly to the left, so towards the pub, the existing planting will be retained, but they're also adding a new native hedgerow on this boundary, and then between each unit there is new hedgerows proposed. All across the site, new trees are being planted and hedgerows all around. So now I'm going to move towards aerial photographs of the site. So as you can see, the application site is the one here where you can see historically that it has been used as paddock, so these are horses in the field. To the bottom of the corner of the photograph here, you can see the residential properties of Whitegates. This is 10 Whitegates, 864. The public right-of-way runs from the end of Whitegates here, so it goes along this field here, so it goes out of view of the photograph. To the south of Heathen Street, you can see all of the small row of residential properties along here, and then we've got the public house near the back of the photo over here. Now moving specifically onto photographs of the site. So in the top left corner, I've got a photograph showing you pretty much from Heathen Street, the corner of Heathen Street where Whitegates and Heathen Street meet, looking towards the access of the site. You can see the existing hedgerow all along Heathen Street, and then the hedgerow along, well, adjacent to where Whitegates is. These photos, so the top right and bottom, well, all of them actually are just looking at the front boundary of the site, which is obviously to be retained, so the hedgerow is being retained. But in the top right, it's looking specifically towards the entrance of the application site. Then in the bottom left, that's looking away from the entrance of the application site, further down the road towards the farmer's home, which you can't really make out on this photo, but it is in the distance down there. And then the bottom right photo was taken further down the road, near to the entrance of where the farmer's home is, the pub, looking along the road along Heathen Street. Then we've got photographs from within the site. These ones all specifically look towards the residential property at Whitegates. So the top left photo is taken from fairly central within the plot. If you can see you can see my mouse here. Yeah, so the entrance, the access to the site it is here currently and is remaining there. This residential property here is 10 Whitegates, and as you can see, there's an existing hedgerow running all along the front of the site and the side boundary. Similarly, the second photo to the right just shows a closer up photo of the side-on elevation of number 10 Whitegates. The bottom left photograph is looking towards the other residential properties further down Whitegates and looks at the relationship between the application site, the hedging, and these properties on Whitegates. And yeah, furthermore, the bottom right photo similarly shows a further out photograph of looking towards the residential properties at Whitegates. On this slide, we've got photographs looking from within the site, looking towards farmers' homes. So in the top left photo, you can see where the existing hedgerow boundary is along Heathen Street, and then to the rear of this photo, or the back of this photograph, this is where the hedges and trees are there. To the rear of that is where the pub grounds start. Similarly, here on the top right, you can see the end of the pub grounds here, and then to the rear of the site, you can make out the trees. There's 9 trees along the rear boundary of the site, which denotate that boundary. Similarly, on the bottom, central photo, you can make out where the pub grounds starts and ends, and the application site starts. And these are still photos from within the site, but these looking specifically towards Heathen Street and the residential properties on Heathen Street. So as you can make out from the photograph on the left and on the right, the front boundary is quite well screened. It is a tall hedgerow. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and the recommendation is to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ethan. We now turn to the public contributions. First, we have Jill Mully. Mrs. Mully, welcome. You will have up to 3 minutes from when you start speaking, and the microphone is switched on by just pressing that button. Exactly. Well done. When you're ready, no rush. Thank you.
I understand this site was never designated for development in the current or new local plan, but I want to talk about holiday lets, which I gather fall under MTRA 4. My understanding is that this policy was introduced primarily to allow farmers to convert disused farm buildings into holiday lets to diversify their businesses. I've no problem with that. It seems to me that holiday lets are now being used by developers to get round the planning laws, development by the back door. This is the 3rd site in Durley in recent years where developers have bought a piece of agricultural or woodland land and applied to build holiday lets on it. The other 2 were refused. Durley is a small village and not an obvious holiday destination, yet a quick search online yields 5 properties or complexes already providing a range of different sized holiday lets. There are also 2 Airbnbs and 2 other farms with a range of cottages and cabins. While many of these are genuine holiday lets, I believe some are already being used for permanent housing, and there seems to be no enforcement ensuring that they're used for holiday lets, hence our concern about development by the back door. To be honest, we're fed up with developers parachuting into the village, buying agricultural land and trying to make a fast buck. If this application is allowed to go ahead, owners of every field in the village with road frontage will be able to use it as a precedent. As one of my fellow objectors asked, will we become Butlins in the countryside? I now wish to refer to a previous planning application in 2020 for outline planning permission to build a house on a field on the other side of the Farmer's Home pub. Permission and the appeal were refused. I forwarded the appeal decision to all of you yesterday. The inspector cited the Winchester District Local Plan Policy MTRA 3, which identifies Durley as a settlement with no clearly defined settlement boundary. Within such settlements, the policy sets out that development may be supported that consists of, quote, infilling of a small site within a continuously developed road frontage, where this would be a form of compatible with the character of the village and not involve the loss of important gaps between developed areas. He pointed out that the development along this side of Heathen Street is sporadic rather than a continuously developed road frontage. There are only 3 houses on this side of Heathen Street, plus the pub, between Whitegates and Stapleford Lane, separated from each other by large gardens and agricultural land. The inspector said that the other proposed development would be to the detriment of the sporadic character and appearance of this part of Heathen Street. He also said the openness of the site and the view into the open country contributes to the character and appearance of the area. I contend that these 2 comments also apply here. The site is not appropriate for tourism. It's in the middle of a residential area in the heart of the village, and those Whitegates are 10 sheltered housing bungalows for the elderly, with 4 holiday units on site, each with a large garden. Group bookings will be inevitable with all the attendant noise. This site is next to the pub, but the pub hours are regulated. There would be no control over the activities in the holiday lets and no manager on site. I also sent you yesterday a photo of Heathen Street taken last week after the rain. The lower end of Heathen Street was impassable for pedestrians without Wellingtons. Water was spouting out of the tops of the manhole covers and pouring down the road. A sinkhole opened up earlier in the year outside the pub. The surface water drainage system in Heathen Street is utterly broken.
I'm afraid that's the end of your 3 minutes, but if you could pause, we'll just see if members have any questions of clarification for you. I think you also sent that information to all members, didn't you, beforehand? So they will have seen that on their emails. So members, questions of clarification for for Mrs. Mully?
Can I just say one concluding sentence?
One sentence.
I just said this application represents a significant and intrusive development in a rural community, and the motive seems to be far more about profit for the developer than community value.
I think you've made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. You were very articulate. Thank you. We now have Councillor Richie Latham. As the ward councillor, you have up to 5 minutes, Richie, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here today to object to this application. I have, of course, read and appreciate the planning officer's report, and I find it hard to disagree with many of the findings of compliance with our planning policies. However, I feel there are a couple of major issues that are not quite adequately addressed. I'd like to bring them to the committee's attention. Some members of the committee may not be as familiar with as us local residents are with the situation on the ground in Durley, and I'm afraid that in Heathen Street, when it's not flooded, the situation on the ground sometimes resembles raw sewage. The pumping station, which is located just down the road on Heathen Street from the proposed development site, is not currently fit for purpose. Southern Water have been investigating and attempting to mitigate problems there for years, and currently to no avail. And to be clear, we are talking about raw sewage in the street and backing up into neighbouring properties. To be allowing more development then within the confines of this pumping station would surely be a mistake. I'm aware that the planning officer feels that given Southern Water's response that they can facilitate the foul sewerage, it would not be reasonable to refuse on those grounds. But I would ask the committee to consider the real world situation as represented by local residents and local councillors, and not the tick box answer that you may have received from Southern Water, which bears little resemblance to reality. With that in mind, I think, again, in the real world, this development is in breach of policy DM17 part 3, that adequate provision needs to be made for sewage disposal. My other concern is around the need for this development at all. I welcome the development of our rural tourism economy, but I am concerned that the provision of tourist accommodation here under the current local plan is being driven by supply rather than demand. With no sites put forward for development in either the current or the emerging local plan in Durley, the only development outlet for landowners has been this exemption for tourism in MTRA 4. And Durley, as we've heard, has seen recent development, both planning and gone ahead in this area. Further to the those described by Mrs. Mully, I found 10 holiday properties listed on Airbnb in Durley, and other booking sites, of course, are available. And those had a combined capacity of 50 beds. Now, LPP2 policy DM10 states at section 6.3.22 to override the normal presumption against non-essential development in the countryside, there must be a need for the development proposed. As I mentioned, policy MTRA4 does allow for small-scale sites for low-key tourist accommodation appropriate to the site, the location, and the setting. It does not define what is considered small-scale, and so this is assessed on a case-by-case basis. This is fine in isolation and addresses the issue each time whether a particular site is appropriate, but these case-by-case decisions add up. How many small-scale tourist accommodation developments will be permitted in Durley before we have large-scale provision, which is not in keeping with the village's rural character? So, whilst as per MTRA 4, this is perhaps a suitable site, as others have been deemed to be, I would ask if due consideration has been given to whether the wider location, i.e. Durley itself, is still an appropriate location. What evidence is there that the 50 beds, and those are just the ones listed on Airbnb, are not enough for tourist provision in this area? To summarise then, I would ask the committee to withhold permission for this development until such time as the foul water issues have been effectively dealt with by Southern Water, and that some evidence of the need for more holiday accommodation in Durley has been demonstrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Members, do we have any questions of clarification for the local councillor? No? Thank you very much. If you could switch off the mic, thank you. Finally, we have the supporter, Louise Katz, who's the agent, I believe, for the developer. Thank you. Ms. Katz, you have up to 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This proposal is for small-scale holiday lets, which is in complete accordance with your current local plan policy MTRA 4. This was also confirmed by your planning officer at pre-application stage. The appeal on the site is irrelevant because that was for residential use rather than holiday lets, and this is a completely different animal. Importantly, there are no objections from your environmental health officer with regard to potential noise, your drainage engineer and Southern Water in terms of flooding, your highways officer in terms of traffic, your ecology officer in terms of biodiversity, or your tree officer. Durley is a good location for small-scale holiday lets. My client has carried out a demand analysis of the rooms in the area. The larger bedded homes are more difficult to let, we found, whereas the small 2-bedroom ones are fully let for the rest of the next year in terms of Christmas, summer holidays and half terms. So there is demand there. There are many recreational pursuits to be enjoyed in the area, such as rambling, cycling and horse riding, as well, of course, as the local pub. My client is aware of the objections to the proposal, particularly in relation to the potential for large gatherings and noise. But in response to this proposal is not for a large 8 or 12-bedroom holiday let, which is more likely to attract larger parties. This proposal is directed towards couples or small families who are looking for the same peace and quiet that is enjoyed by the permanent residents of Durley. Hen and stag groups, for instance, are not the target market here. And in any case, it's very likely that such groups would be much more attracted to nearby city centres that have a higher density of entertainment facilities. We're also aware of the foul sewerage issues, but I think those issues have probably been addressed by this committee earlier on with other applications. Those who know the site will know that it's very well enclosed. There are high and wide hedges on each boundary, and each of these will be reinforced and retained in perpetuity. We're proposing over 1,000 new shrubs and plants and 15 new trees. Indeed, as your case officer has confirmed, the single-storey timber-clad lodges are only likely to be glimpsed from the access point. My clients welcome the proposed condition to prepare an occupation management plan, which will detail arrival and departure times and include requirements and sanctions with regard to noise. They also accept condition 3 with regard to the maximum period that any one occupier can occupy the units. The benefits of the proposal include a 12% increase in biodiversity net gain on site, and the economic benefits include increased custom to a rural pub, which is always welcome, I think, as well as providing a small but quite useful amount of rural employment.
I'm afraid that's the end of your 3 minutes, but thank you very much indeed. You've made your case very clearly. Members, any questions of clarification for the applicant? Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You referred to a demand study you've done. Have you submitted that as evidence in support of your application?
Sorry, there's no requirement under policy MRT 4 to do that.
So no.
No, so no, we haven't, because there's no requirement to do so. But we have obviously done a demand analysis. Otherwise, we wouldn't be submitting the application.
Councillor Small.
Thank you, Chair. Who would manage the holiday lets?
The holiday lets are proposed for sale to individual clients who would be required to comply with the occupation management plan. So whether those clients rent the holiday lets out on a weekly basis or keep the units for themselves for their families to use at Christmas, summer holidays, whoever they're sold to, they would have to comply with the requirements of the occupation management plan, because that runs with the land rather than the occupier, as I think your legal officer will be able to
Councillor Williams?
Thank you very much, Chair. So just to further on that, just to clarify, so you won't be letting out the units yourself. They'll be for sale, and you mentioned potentially for sort of second home type use.
Sorry, yes, they can be sold to individual clients or clients that run businesses in holiday let. So in either case, it would fulfil the definition of being run as a holiday let. It really isn't a matter for the planning department, really, because we're looking at 4 units on the site, and in terms of how that land is or how that planning permission is implemented, that's really a matter for the developer themselves or the current owner or the person that holds the planning permission. As long as the conditions are complied with, the onus is on those individuals to do that. They could run into trouble if they want to construct them individually, but that again is for the person with the planning permission to resolve, really. So it isn't really a matter for us, I wouldn't suspect.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no more questions of clarification for Ms. Cutts, thank you very much. You may return to your seat. Thank you. Ethan, do you want to update us on anything before we come to questions?
Yeah, I've got a few points just to update you on. Firstly, with regards to any sort of marketing requirement, policy MTRA4 does not require that. Obviously, when the local plan was adopted, there was an evidence base behind it, which obviously showed there was a need for countryside tourism, and that's why that's now within our policy. So, but specifically to comply with policy MTRA4, there isn't any requirement that suggests that it needs to show any sort of marketing or demand. However, I will say, as set out within the report, it does comply in the sense that it's a small scale, low key operation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it. Sorry.
Right, we now turn to questions. Can I just kick things off because I've got an interesting question here. So this is permission for holiday lets under MTRA4. So if these buildings, and they would have very strict conditions, as we've seen from the conditions and the update sheet about their use for tourism only. If it turns out that they're no longer viable or required as tourist accommodation, can we put in a condition that they are therefore, the field is therefore returned to a field and the buildings are dismantled? Rather, otherwise, I suspect that the chances of them being then turned into non-holiday accommodation are incredibly high.
So I would say that would be no. It wouldn't be reasonable for them to invest that money in that site and build them. And also our policy is perfectly supportive of permanent tourism accommodations, unless you can find what the harm would be to only allow this for a temporary amount of time. That's such a restriction and a financial burden, I think, on who might take this on. I don't find that to be reasonable. And one other point is that the National Planning Policy Framework does support and want us to support a prosperous rural economy, and so opening up the countryside and allowing people to come from further afield is something that is within the framework, which has been carried through into our emerging plan as well. So on that basis, we've got quite strong policy support. So I don't think there would really be any real harm that we'd be mitigating by having a temporary permission or requiring them to basically knock down the buildings if they're no longer required.
Councillor White?
So you've said there isn't a requirement to prove that there's a need for this in that area in Durley, but Councillor Latham mentioned about the cumulative effect. There's lots of holiday let places, developments happening in that area. Do we not have to give that weight? What's happening in terms of the cumulative effect?
I think still, so when we look at policy MTRA4, yes, I can understand the wider scale picture, but still on a case by case basis, we obviously make that assessment to say whether or not it's small scale and complies. In this instance, I think there is there is obviously some holiday lets in the village, and that's good to see. We do like to support tourism when it's appropriate. So I think we just have to base it on an assessment of whether it's appropriate in this instance and judge everything on a case by case basis. It's not to say permitting one holiday let today means that in the future we've set a precedent for everything to then come through, because everything is judged on a case by case basis where we make an assessment and say, is it appropriate to the setting, to the landscape, to the surroundings, and is it small scale, and will it have impact on neighbours? These are all the assessments we have to make on an individual basis.
Councillor Godfrey, I think.
Thank you. The 2 points following from there. Firstly, the MPPF, including the version issued today, requires planning decisions to enable sustainable rural tourism. We have no evidence that this proposal is for sustainable rural tourism, because we have not received the demand information. Now, when we developed a big tourism site in Blackwood in Micheldever, Forest Holidays provided significant amounts of economic demand information. They then put up 70 properties, and now, 6-7 years later, they're proposing to extend it to a full site, because we know there is demand for a tourism business in that area. Councillor Latham referred to the needs of the local tourism policy. So I'm not sure why to demonstrate this is in support of sustainable rural tourism, rather than some harebrained speculative investment. We should not expect information either from an applicant or from our own resources to support these applications.
Councillor Small.
It's been asked and answered.
Councillor Langford Smith. No, that wasn't referring to your question, I think, Councillor Godfrey, but Councillor Small's question has been asked by somebody else. So, Councillor Langford Smith.
Thank you, Chair. If committee is minded to agree this proposal, is it possible to condition that the properties are retained in perpetuity as holiday lets to prevent conversion to dwellings in a few years?
My apologies, Councillor Godfrey. You're quite right. Your question wasn't answered, but I think we're going to cover them both.
Shall I do? Who wants to go first? Right. Well, I can understand where you're coming from in that sense completely. Obviously, I've already reiterated that the policy itself doesn't require this information, so that's why it's not been provided. All I can say from my perspective is having a look at the sustainability of it. It is right next to a pub, it's right next to public right-of-ways where there is going to be access to a active transport network. With regards to the demand, when it comes to developers, they're not going to put forward a site that they don't envisage is going to be financially feasible, because otherwise it's not going to, well, it's just not going to fruitate. So hopefully that somewhat answers the question. With regards to the condition on the housing, I mean, I'm happy to take a second opinion, but I don't think that's something that we could necessarily condition, because we're already stating if we're minded to approve the application, it's going to go forward with the with what's on the application. So we're approving 4 holiday lets. Obviously, if at any point there's no real need to add that condition, because if they wanted to convert it into a full-time dwelling, they'd be in breach of a condition anyway that they'd have to apply to remove. So there's going to be an application at any event if they wanted to turn it into a permanent dwelling. Does that make sense? So there is reassurances in place that it can't be used as a permanent dwelling by conditions. If at any point they changed it into a permanent dwelling, they would need planning permission for that change.
Thank you. So was your question covered, Councillor Langford Smith?
The question was covered. I'm still not convinced.
No.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Lamy.
Thank you, Chair. can we condition that they are actually let out rather than just one family use it 3 times a year?
The condition should cover how many occupiers, which is one person or one group of people, and how many times they could occupy it or not occupy it. So that does cover it. Let's have a look at the condition.
Yeah, what I was really saying was that to make sure that they were let out to other than just one family.
I mean, we can't specifically, obviously, we can't condition that but there's already a condition in place stating how often it can be used by a certain individual. So one family can't obviously occupy it for an extended period of time. So that's covered by the condition. But obviously, if only one family occupies it and then no one else does, there's nothing we can put in place to do that. But as long as they're in accordance with that condition, then it's fine. But there is measures in place to make sure that it's not A, being used as permanent residential accommodation, but B, that it's going to be let out as short-term accommodation.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I propose that permitted development rights are removed from the holiday lets? I'm very concerned that I know the area well, representing it, that there are previous, and I know we have to view this application as it is, but there are holiday lets in Durley that are reportedly being used and on the enforcement list as residential properties. So I'd be quite keen if we could remove permitted development rights to try and keep these currently small dwellings as holiday lets rather than sort of creep happen with them into sort of more longer term residential properties.
It's not strictly speaking a dwelling house, so it shouldn't have permitted development rights anyway. But if we want to take a belt and braces approach, we could put a condition on that says that they shouldn't be further extending or altering the building, just because it is a little bit of a grey area. So I'd be happy to add that in. So if we're looking at extensions, are you looking at roof alterations or any alterations? Okay.
Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the wording of policy MTRA4, and I'm perhaps lazily assuming that you are quoting in the report here, the word tourist is doing quite a lot of heavy lifting in this particular case, it would seem, because I came to this on reading it, thinking that we're looking at something equating to a sort of 4 log cabins in a field that would be run as a business. What has come out in the various discussions we've had is that actually these could be sold individually as second homes. Now, when does a second homeowner become a tourist or vice versa? Perhaps Mr. Lucas can give us some help here. Is there any case law that leads us more to the common sense approach that I think we're all really defaulting to, which is there is a real risk here that we allow this to go through under the officer's recommendation, and what ends up happening is that we're allowing 4 second homes to be built.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think we're grappling with some difficult points here because obviously we've talked about dwelling house and removal of permitted development rights. Permitted development rights normally ascribed to a dwelling house. But there's a question of fact and degree because a holiday let has a similar use as a dwelling. So what you've got to look to are the description of the plan and application itself. And if we actually look at the description is quite clear. It mentions the word holiday lets, and then the description is then conditioned. As a matter of law, the description of what you apply for doesn't control what could actually happen. That actually enables the conditions constrain. So the two have to be read together. So the description acts as the operative part of the plan and permission, and then you have the conditions which are, if in effect, the constraints. So the actual restriction makes it clear at page 214, subject to the update sheet, the tourist accommodation hereby permitted shall be used for holiday accommodation only. That's quite clear. It then goes on to say, which shall be limited to any one occupier occupying any unit for a maximum of 4 weeks and for no more than 3 times a year with a break between. So if we do the maths, January 4 weeks, then a break, February 4 weeks, then a break, March 4 weeks, then a break. Ultimately, that's it. So second homes, fact and degree, we're in that territory, arguably, perhaps, but ultimately it'd be a question for enforcement. The condition is quite clear. We ask for names, and in the update sheet, haven't had a look at the condition. What I can say is I advise that we also have the addresses point for that reason. So you can see, for example, rather than just Mr. Smith, Miss Jones coming and staying at that particular property, they could be from the actual parish. They may not necessarily be tourists. So by asking for the addresses as well as the occupiers, we can then see as a matter of enforcement if we need to, because you have to take the application at face value here, that what the person and individual is applying for will comply with the conditions. There's nothing to suggest otherwise, and we don't have obviously any account or evidence before us now. So by asking for the address, we can see where the tourists are coming from, and that enables enforcement to then take a view. So the two together, the name and address, with the constraint on the break periods, the 4 weeks break, 4 weeks break, 4 weeks break, we suggest that that is probably conducive to a fair and reasonable tourist use. We are in the realms of fact and degree, case by case basis. I appreciate that, but this is one of the vagaries of planning law. When is a dwelling house, and when is a holiday let, a holiday let? Ultimately, there is an argument in the case law which suggests that, for example, an Airbnb, people coming in and coming out, coming in, coming out, there are perhaps more vehicular movements than if it was used as a normal dwelling house. So actually, sometimes a holiday let could trip the balance over into it being a dwelling house and vice versa. Those conditions, the description are the norm. It's what we normally see for tourist accommodation. There's nothing extraordinary here. But what we've had in this instance are the issues of asking for addresses as well, to allow any enforcement of that condition more teeth, as it were. That's the best I can do, I think, in this particular sense, in terms of use, assessment of use, and what is a holiday let compared to a dwelling house.
Can I ask, is there any way that we can have any influence over how these are marketed? Because whilst the conditions that go with the planning permission are very clear and very strict, anybody buying these may have. I'm just concerned that people are going to buy them, then find out about the planning conditions, and then come straight back to planning to try and overturn those conditions because they've bought them as a second home.
Yeah, I think, Madam Chairman, they're right. Anyone can apply for a release of condition. We can't prevent an application coming before us. To do so would be taking away someone's statutory rights to make an application as they see fit. So I would say, no, you can't do that. If someone purchased the site and then makes an application, we consider the application on its own merits. That condition ultimately, therefore, gives you that control, hence why they will be coming back to make an application. The question, I think, is the elephant in the room here is, what if there's a breach? And what I'm telling you is that this condition is very strong to allow enforcement officers to do the necessary if that transpires. But you have to take the application on its merits. There's nothing to say that that will happen. But rest assured, the condition is there to enable this to be used as a holiday let.
I think unwittingly you've made me more uncomfortable, but
Councillor Laming.
Have we thought about whether we could condition that all four properties remain under the same ownership?
Now, again, you can't control in a public law context, a private law situation. We're in the realms of public law here. Ultimately, if a landowner owns a site and they get permission for a scheme to build up X amount of houses or holiday lets or change of use, that landowner owns that land and that right to sell a site as they see fit. That's a private law property conveyancing issue, not a public law planning issue. We're here to just look at the merits of the application before us and the application on all four corners as submitted.
Councillor Godfrey, did you have another question?
I do. I'm struggling with the why we have not able to apply conditions in this case when we have applied similar conditions in other examples. Councillor Williams' example of requirement in perpetuity, we apply that all the time for affordable exception house limitations. When we restrict the use of land for solar panel farms, there's always a condition that it must revert to its previous countryside state and must be reinstated. So I'm not sure why that can't be applied. Why we cannot restrict subdivision in this case, but we can when we're talking about dips in traveller sites. So I'm not sure why we're not why we feel obliged to restrict ourselves when we do it all the time in other cases.
So the application before you is for a full plan permission, not a temporary plan permission. So you're deciding whether or not this should have full planning permission. A full planning permission runs in perpetuity in any event. That's the first point. It's not a temporary application you're considering here for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So you have to decide what's before you, not some hypothetical being that you think should have come before you. It is before you. That's the point. The second point is about removal of the units. That assumes perhaps that the market here will not exist, i.e. the venture, the business venture is not working, it's not profitable, so therefore the unit should come off. That's the risk the applicant takes. The market will dictate whether or not there's a need for this facility. The market and whether or not this is a successful venture is not for you. You're deciding here, as a matter of fact and degree, whether or not these tourist units are small scale. Now, if we look at MTRA4, other parts of the policy do pull into the mix, into the equation, operational need. And that's at other parts of MTRA4 where it talks about operational need. In those cases, the officers will then perhaps ask for viability assessments, agricultural reports about a scheme coming forwards, because it's engaged in the principle of operational need. This particular point, in terms of tourist use, it doesn't have that phraseology, unfortunately. The point is also about the MPPF. I think you made reference, Councillor Godfrey, about the MPPF, and sustainable was the point. And I think it was left unanswered, if I may. The point about sustainable here is essentially contained in the MPPF, but the MPPF is not your first consideration here. That is a material consideration. You have to determine planning applications in accordance with the development plan, MTRA3, MTRA4, and the whole suite of Part 1 and Part 2, unless material considerations suggest otherwise. So the MPPF is only a material consideration. The first port of call is to examine what your local plan policy says, what's gone through the examination, and what you have set as a council as your policies. That's your first port of call. Hence why Ethan has rightly in his assessment identified MTRA4. You've heard the application submissions about MTRA4, and that there is no need to justify, if you like, the existence of this particular site in terms of having some form of operational need or business need or market assessment. It's not required for the tourist use. And that is where you turn your attention to, unless material considerations suggest otherwise. I think that's as far as I can go.
Thank you. Councillor Langford-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. We've mentioned about recording the names and addresses of people that are visiting these properties. Can I ask what the checking process is for those names and addresses so that this doesn't then become an enforcement issue?
So, as members know, the enforcement team has limited resources. We wouldn't regularly go out every day, every week, every month, every other month and check. It will only be in response to resident complaints, business complaints in the area and so on. So if a valid request for enforcement was made or a valid complaint, ordinarily the enforcement officers will then do the due diligence, go out and check. We wouldn't proactively seek to go out and check every single condition on every single plan permission. That's not how enforcement works. Enforcement works in response to complaints, and then the necessary investigations are made. So to answer your point, no, there won't be checks unless there's a complaint.
Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair. So going back to the wording of MTRA4 then, it seems we can't rely on our interpretation of the word tourist. So we're then left with appropriate to the site's location and setting. Instinctively, to me, this is not appropriate to the site's location and setting. But I think what you're probably going to tell me is that that wouldn't be sustained as an appeal.
I think what you're driving at, councillor, is that appropriate in this, and what you're trying to do is shoehorn appropriate and, shall we say, viability of the business venture, i.e. appropriate to the site and setting. I would suggest that's very, very risky. Appropriate here is probably the character assessment and true planning assessment of site, location, character, amenity, and so on. Otherwise, the policy would have used operational need had it required it to do so at this particular point, because it identifies it elsewhere. The fact it doesn't put operational need into the equation for tourist use, I would respectfully suggest that will be very, very risky.
Councillor Godfrey.
Referring to the condition 3, the maintenance of a register of names is responsibility of the developer. It doesn't hand that responsibility on to subsequent owners. So I'm wondering if that's the correct wording and the correct responsibility.
Shall we change the developer to the owner on the update sheet?
We're just looking at this register of name, who holds the register, is that what you're concerned with? Yeah, and it doesn't specify. Well, it would be who is, not necessarily who's implemented the permission, but who is bound by that permission in the running of this use. So that will be that person.
I think, probably, if I may, Madam Chair and Councillor Godfrey, we've only learned today that these units could possibly be for sale. So I take the point. So perhaps we could, through you, Madam Chair, look at each unit of tourist accommodation hereby permitted. That would make it then clear that not the tourist accommodation for the Red Line site, but each individual unit shall keep. And I think that will deal with the vagary. Open to other suggestions, of course, in the matter for members to debate, but where does it say developer? It doesn't. In the update sheet, bear with me, someone's got it. Shall be kept.
But yeah, we don't want developer, do we?
No,
we definitely don't want to.
Agreed up there. Apologies, I was reading from the order papers and the update sheet. So each unit of tourist accommodation hereby permitted, and then after departure date shall be kept and shall be produced. We delete developer. Agreed.
Is that agreed, members, that we amend as suggested? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? No? Debate. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very conflicted on this. I was less so reading the papers last night over again because the site is in a sustainable location in regards to the pub, public rights of way. There is one remaining bus service to Durley. Whether that will be there in X number of months' time, we don't know. But I'm very concerned in regards to. I would be more confident if there were package treatment works in regards to this site. The pumping station, as mentioned by Councillor Latham earlier, is incredibly overstretched, and Southern Water at public meetings have admitted that the pumping station is not coping with the current demand in Durley. There is sewage that backs up into the farmer's home, into their cellar, into other properties on Heaton Street as well. And I know we've had our conversation earlier in regards to Southern Water not putting in an objection to this, but at the same time, they have admitted at public meetings that the sewage network in Durley is under stress. The pumping station is having to have tankers come to alleviate that, which is also then destroyed the road network around there. So I'm very conflicted with this. I think I will be listening to the remainder of debate, and I have not made my decision of which way I would vote yet.
Councillor White.
Yeah, so similar to Councillor Williams, it's a difficult one, but at the end of the day, it is only 4 holiday lets. So although I appreciate, and we've heard ad nauseam today about Southern Water everywhere, it's a problem everywhere, but I can't see that if they are kept as holiday lets, that 4 holiday lets would have a significant impact on that drainage that you're talking about. Did we agree that we would include Councillor Williams' suggestion about not permitted development rights, but restricting the ability to extend these?
Yes, so we're going to have an extra condition which our officers will draft, but it will retain the current sizes and design of the holiday homes and the size and designs of the plots as we're giving permission or not today. Councillor Lamy.
This does bring up rather too many questions. I'm very concerned with the Southern Water situation, because this is not happening just only here, it's happening all over the district. And I think that we need to send a strong message to Southern Water on this. I'd be less concerned if the site was being sold as one unit rather than 4 individual ones, because I think that is going to cause problems in the future. And I will listen to what everybody else has to say before I conclude my mind.
Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We had a debate on the last application around, and the previous one, probably about for the last God knows how many years, on foul drainage. And yet another problem exists on this side. And those of us who've been down to Durley will know full well the challenges of flooding and pollution from existing sites. So we do need to be very aware of the dangers of any new development in the countryside. To lose another field which has never been developed to a construction is unfortunate, and we should not allow it unless there is a real need, a justification for it. Our policy does require us to consider allowing low-key tourist accommodation, and yet I have seen no indication from the applicant or from the officers that this is a application for tourist accommodation. The fact they write the word doesn't make it tourist. The fact that you say this is to support wildlife safaris doesn't mean that you can run those in Durley or South Wonston or anywhere else. Calling it something doesn't make it so. We are trying to support genuine tourist accommodation, and I do not have any evidence to support that this is tourist accommodation, so I cannot support this.
I think I'll have a contribution here, if I may. This is an application before us, and that is what we have to determine, the application before us, for 4 holiday homes with very strict conditions attached. And those conditions go with the buildings, they don't go with the developer. So whatever happens to the buildings in terms of their ownership, these conditions, which mean that the same person cannot occupy them for more than 3 sets of 4 weeks in any 1 year, and that there should be a noise management plan, an operation management plan, so that we know that they're being properly managed, that the users respect the local residents, and that they don't make any noise disturbance and all the rest of it. It's all very clear here on condition 13. Clearly there is a demand for holiday or very temporary, for visitors of whatever description. You cannot define tourist accommodation by the fact that, you know, it has to be somebody who comes from at least 50 miles away, or that they then are required to rent a bike for the week, or, you know, tourism is a very generic term, and it could mean Auntie Cynthia coming to stay for a week to help with the new baby down the road. You know, it could mean anything. In terms of, you know, we all know that the sort of people who use Airbnbs, our own, you know, ourselves, we all use Airbnbs for all sorts of different reasons. Sometimes it might be because you haven't got enough room at Christmas for all the relatives who want to come, or whatever. We can't dictate that. What we can dictate is how this building is used. The fact that they are in perpetuity, as long as these planning permissions last, going to stay the same size, going to stay the same plot size, going to retain these conditions about who uses them for how long, and how the requirement to keep a record of that, the requirement for very close surveillance of noise and so on, and the way that they're used. All of that, as well as a significant biodiversity net gain on the site, means that they should be used properly in a way that will support the local economy. We want to encourage local rural tourism. We want to support the local pub. We want people to cycle and to walk on our local footpaths and to enjoy our wonderful local countryside. So on the basis of the application that is before us, I am content that this is a sustainable tourist site for these 4 holiday let buildings, and I, on that basis, am prepared, with the extra conditions that we have also agreed, am content to support the officer recommendation. Langford Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I am really struggling with this one. It looks like a nice application, and I do believe that the conditions that we're putting on are as good as they can be. I do fear that it potentially is going to end up with our enforcement, especially in fact that they're being sold as 4 separate plots. I had less of a concern when I read the documentation. I thought it was like a little holiday park. So I do have concerns that we will end up adding to our very long list of enforcement cases, but on balance of the information in front of me, I have no option but to support the application.
Thank you. Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me there are 2 possible types of scheme that we might allow to be permitted on this site. One is the use that's before us now, and the second, of course, would potentially be as an exception site if somebody had brought that forward to us for affordable housing or something. I'm pretty sure in my own mind that the whole purpose of MTRA4 was to allow us to look at sustainable rural businesses that would feed the local economy, not just in terms of putting more people in the pub, but you know, it would be a sustainable rural business in our community. From what I've heard today, that really isn't what is being proposed here. I would have been really comfortable if this had been an exception site and affordable housing was going into it. That would be a reasonable loss, a reasonable cause for losing that field. The scheme as proposed, I do not feel at all comfortable with allowing that fields to be developed. And because of those misgivings, I'm going to be voting against, I'm afraid.
Anybody else for debate? Okay, so we now move to the decision. So this application is recommended for approval. Can I see those in favour of approval, please? And those against? And abstentions? Okay, so we have agreed to not permit it. We now need to agree planning reasons for refusal. So would you like to come forward with we'll go to Lorna first, but can I have, I'd like to hear your planning reasons for refusal, and we will ask, we will consult with our officers as well, please. So those of you who voted against, Councillor Laming, your reasons for refusal.
I don't believe that it conforms to the ideals of MTRA4.
In what way?
That this is not really about development of holiday accommodation. I haven't seen enough to prove that there is demand for it, and the way that it's been organised, I have severe worries about it.
Chair, demand is not a policy point. You can't refuse it on that.
Councillor Pett?
Forgive me, I'm just flicking through trying to find the wording of MTRA4 again. If somebody can help me on which page number it's on, that would be really useful. But I think what, here we go, I found it, thank you. Again, it says low-key tourist accommodation appropriate to the site's location and setting. I have difficulty in the application before us being classed as tourist accommodation, and focusing on the word tourist, as opposed to Airbnb site for your in-laws to come and stay in. Appropriate to the site's location and setting. The notion that a tourist business fits on this particular field in this particular in the setting of a rural site on the edge of a village. If it were in the middle of a forest or something like that, and it was, you know, quite clearly had tourist purposes, fine. Just plonking something down and saying that is tourist accommodation, I have a problem with that. I fully accept that we would need to apply some greater thought than we can do on our feet necessarily here in fleshing that out. But that's the basic thrust of my thinking.
So, Councillor Pett, you've explained where you think this development might be suitable, perhaps in a more rural location of forest, but you still haven't said why in this location it's not suitable with this layout in the rights in this road in respect of its setting and its location. We still have to look at the material considerations of character and harm, etc.
I think maybe a step-by-step analysis of the actual policy. So are you agreed it's a small-scale site?
Actually, it's probably quite large scale, really, isn't it? Because it's 4 units. If it was 1 or 2, you could say that was small scale.
So I think that's how you approach it in terms of MTRA4. You have to find conflict that causes material planning harm. So your starting point is always the policy. So the first point, small-scale sites. Are we agreed it's a small-scale site?
I think we're saying not.
I don't know, I'm just waiting for other members to.
Okay, I think we need to look at the precise dimensions of the site and see, for example, what other uses I'm mentioned as exception housing site. How many houses might you put there? Small houses, if it were to be an exception site, because I think that's suggesting that it's not a small scale site. But as I say, trying to do this on the hoof around the table at the moment, I don't think is a sensible way forward.
Councillor Langford Smith, it's not a small scale site. That's your argument. It's not a small scale site.
Sorry, I'm just
Councillor
seeking
Langford.
clarification on that because I thought small scale sites were less than 10 properties, or does that just apply to dwellings?
That's dwellings. So then the next inevitable question you will turn your mind to is for low key tourist accommodation. The obvious conflict you could say is that this is not then low key. So do you see how I'm approaching it? Is it small scale, yes or no? Is it low key, yes or no? And then you keep working your way through the policy, I think, with respect members. I think maybe we delegate it
I can break it
in
down.
consultation with chair and vice chair, and we just take it away.
Should I help them break it down? There's two options. I can help when we're looking at definitions of low key. I can guide in terms of, well, what does that mean in terms of the component parts of the application that's in front of you for that, those properties that are on that plan right there. Or you can delegate the reason back to us, but I still think we need to crystallise the principles that it's low key in respect of what, I think.
I think in respect of the actual setting, in this very small hamlet stroke village, which doesn't have any development at the moment, the introduction of 4 more dwellings, whatever they are, is not units of accommodation. On this side, could not be considered small scale. It will have a huge impact on local residents and the village as a whole. Particularly if they're all, they've all got 4 people in, that's a lot more people. So I think that argument is this particular setting that could not be considered small scale. Is that agreed? Or low key?
If it's not low key, therefore the overarching harm fails on the wider character of the area, perhaps.
Is it the character? Is it the amenity?
character?
Is it traffic movements? Is it, so you need to identify the harm, i.e. it's got to be appropriate to the site location and setting. You're inevitably probably suggesting by implication that is not appropriate in terms of the site location and setting. How is it not appropriate will be the inevitable question the inspector, if it's going to appeal, will ask.
Well, it's not in a sustainable location in terms of active travel or buses and things, because there aren't enough buses and the roads are quite dangerous for cycling. Councillor Godfrey, did you have a contribution?
The reference made by Councillor Latham to LPP2 refers to development needs. And LPP2 requires tourism to be centred on town centres, not on in rural areas. And I thought my thinking was in objecting to this application was that this is not in the correct place. It's not appropriate because there's nothing in this part of Durley which is an established tourist destination. Aunt Cynthia may or may not be related to somebody living in Whitegates, but they will have to travel away to somewhere else to do their touristing, their visiting, their viewing. So that would suggest that the condition on MTRA 4 that this is an appropriate location is not right, because it should be where they're going to, where they want to go to be, or it should be in a town centre. That's what our policy requires.
In respect of that, you can't really question its inappropriateness because MTR4 clearly allows tourism in the countryside. So you can't say this is not appropriate in its location for that reason. You have to say it's inappropriate in its location because of that smaller context on this site, which then looks at other factors like the highways and the character and the impact on the neighbours, those sorts of things. What you've been talking about more is setting and low key. So I think we need to refocus on that again, with the number of properties that there are, the layout that there is, and you're saying that is not low key.
And the allowance for 2 vehicles per dwelling, so that's an extra huge amount
and then
of
you've also got
traffic.
the parking spaces and that driveway. Perhaps do you think that's not so appropriate the way that's laid out?
The impact on the local village vernacular of that much extra traffic would be significant.
If I may, Chair, yeah, Durley doesn't have a settlement boundary, just a settlement policy boundary. So, as I say, the whole location of this is one that would not, we would not normally permit development in this location at all. The whole tourist policy thing about having tourist use in the countryside, this is neither in the countryside nor within a settlement boundary. It's almost a deliberate attempt to extend the village there. It is not a suitable location, I think.
Chair, those reasons again are not reasonable because of the policy basis. That's very unreasonable. And if this was at appeal, we would have to probably award a full award of cost for things like that because of the policy basis. I think we need to go back to the low key. What you've got in front of you there, you're feeling that this, or I'm hearing that this site, in terms of the 4 units across that site, probably aren't appropriate to that immediate context. And look what's either side of it. Okay, and then perhaps delegate the rest of that back to us to with Chair as well, focusing on this site with what's around it. And you've got those 4 units, which isn't low key. But we can't go down the road of harm for transport and just not wanting tourism. This is really about it not being housing. Whatever else it's used for, as long as it complies to that policy, that condition, that's acceptable. So shall we minute that, Matthew, in terms of low key and the site in this location and the 4 units that are on the site in the way that they're proposed and in the context of that immediate area? And we'll figure the rest out afterwards, because they are sound concerns and robust concerns as well in respect of policy MTRA4.
Thank you for that advice. Okay, so on the basis of what our officers just explained in terms of reasons for refusal, can I see all those in favour of refusing this application on those bases? All those in favour of refusal? And those against? And abstentions? Okay, so that application is refused. We'll just have a 2-minute break whilst we change over the officers. And we're not changing officers. I know. Okay, members, if we could settle down, please, for this final item of today's agenda. So we're now at item number 10 on our agenda, which is an application at land between Parkview and Forest Gate, Forest Lane, Wickham. And our presenting officer is Liz Young. Over to you, Liz.
Thank you, Chair. So this application seeks outline consent with all matters reserved for 2 self-contained holiday lets, vehicle access and a package treatment plant on a site off Forest Lane near Wickham. So the first slide here shows the location plan. So the site's identified by the red line. It measures approximately 0.3 hectares in size, lies between 2 existing dwellings which front onto Forest Lane to the north. Forest Lane itself is an unclassified road which terminates in a track and right of way immediately to the east of the site. The site doesn't lie within any settlement boundary and is classed as open countryside. Yep, so this next slide shows the aerial view of the site, which is where the yellow star is. The red lines show where the local public rights of way are, the closest being about 20 metres to the east and about 80 metres to the southeast of the site. The area of woodland you can see is part of the Wickham Common Site of Importance for Nature Conservation, which extends north from the site. The site itself consists of open fields. As mentioned, it's an outline consent, so the plans are indicative. So this shows the indicative layout plan for the holiday let units and the access and parking. This shows an intention to maintain the existing building line along Forest Lane. Full details of siting design and also details of the package treatment plant would be agreed as part of the reserved matters application. So this is an indicative floor plan which shows the type of accommodation which is intended. So this shows a pair of semi-detached 2-bedroom units with an overall external footprint of approximately 170 square metres. This is the plan showing the indicative elevations. So these show a single-storey building of approximately 6 metres in height. Just to give a bit of background, this slide shows the plans which were submitted for the refused scheme last year on the same site. This scheme proposed 2 detached open market 2-storey houses with an overall floor area of approximately 280 square metres. So this scheme was refused as the development plan doesn't support open market housing in this location, and also due to concerns about visual impacts and scale. So just moving on to the photos, this first image shows the view looking towards the site from its northwest corner. So this is taken from Forest Lane, close to the boundary with Forest Gate, which adjoins the site. This is a view looking back across the site from Forest Lane, back towards Forest Gate. Sorry. Yeah, so this is a view looking east along Forest Lane with the application site on the right hand side and Wickham Common on the left. This is a view again looking east along Forest Lane towards the point where the road terminates in a track and right of way. Again, the application site is on the right hand side. This is a view taken from the existing access to the site looking back towards Forest Gate. This is taken from within the site, again looking back towards Forest Gate, so looking towards the west. This is a view from within the site looking to towards the boundary with the rear garden area of Parkview, the other immediate neighbour. This is a view of the existing access from Forest Lane. This final view just shows the view from the public right-of-way, which lies about 80 metres to the south-east. You can just see the top of Parkview here. So the proposed dwelling would be located immediately to the left of this. So that brings us to the end of the slides. Just to conclude, it's considered that the proposal would be sufficiently low key for the purposes of policy MTRA4. This policy generally is supportive of new tourism accommodation, subject to ensuring, amongst other things, being appropriate to the character of the area. It's considered that in this case, subject to the conditions set out in the report and the detailed design at reserve matter stage, the proposal would meet this requirement. So it's recommended that permission should be granted. And that concludes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Liz. We now turn to our public speaking, and the first contributor is Mr. Charles Gale, who's an objector. Mr. Gale, if you'd like to come forward, you will have up to 3 minutes, and the time will start when you start speaking. And the microphone is turned on by just pressing the button on the base of the unit. Thank you.
Okay, first, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear what the case officer was saying. Couldn't hear a word from back there. But anyhow, as far as I'm concerned, and neighbours also are concerned, that one, it is against the local plan. That is quite an important thing, which seems to have been overlooked. Now, these holiday lets, when they're on about the 4-week break, etc., it doesn't make economical sense for anybody, a commercial sense, to do this. So why would they go ahead with holiday people coming, going, and then having all these breaks? It doesn't make sense. You know, no, I can't see anybody with any business sense would want to do it along with these lines. And I'm concerned that if they get the outline planning permission, they will come back and alter this. Now, I know they've been wanting development on this site for quite some time. And this is, I think, the third idea they've come up with. Now, Forest Lane is a single track lane. There are with no mains drainage, which causes problems. There are 6,000 houses being built 3/4 of a mile away from the site. Forest Lane is the entrance to Wickham Common. Extremely popular with dog walkers, horse riders, and there's quite a lot of livery down there. Now, it's dangerous. There are just a few passing spaces. People that do not know the area or do not know the lane struggle. The edge of most of the Forest Lane is tarmacked, but it's all getting broken up by the lorries because there's no way, well, not only lorries, that 2 cars can't pass each other without breaking up the tarmac roads. It's become quite a mess, but it's dangerous. And at night, there's no lighting up until you get to this site. That's the only street light in this lane at all. It is totally out of order. The local council, council planning people really don't want it. And they've told me this, but they're not going to put some of their details in writing to me, but they're definitely against it. So I just urge you all to think about this, because I think it's the thin end of the wedge before people start to jump on the bandwagon because we've all got
Thank
plots, we could do the same.
That's the end of your 3 minutes, but
Yep.
thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Members, do we have any questions or clarification for the local objector? No. Thank you very much indeed. You may return to your seat. Thank you. And next we have Mr. Donahue, the agent. Mr. Donahue, you know the routine. You have up to 3 minutes as well from when you start speaking. Thank you.
Chairman, councillors, thank you. I don't know if it's the intention to put the two holiday lets together, but obviously it's an interesting item, bearing in mind the last one. But thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. The location of the site is on the south side of Forest Lane, which is just south of Wickham. The site itself consists of a gap between residential properties, which in the vicinity of the site form almost a continual line of detached houses. In terms of history, a pre-app was submitted to the council in 2022. This was for holiday lets. The response was that the proposal was acceptable in principle under policy MTRA4, that 2 stories is typical of the area, that the final design and layout needs to be considered, that there was unlikely to be any detrimental impact on neighbouring properties, and that ecological issues would need to be sorted out through any application. However, before an application could be submitted, the council granted permission for a new dwelling on a nearby site just to the east. The reason was that the case also considered that Forest Lane complied with MTRA3 in terms of infill. On that basis, an application was submitted for 2 houses on the site, but was refused as another case officer did not consider that Forest Lane complied with MTRA3. Hence, we would not have gone forward with that proposal without that first planning application. The applicant decided not to appeal this refusal, but to follow up on the positive pre-application and to submit a scheme for 2 holiday lets. The application is in outline with all matters reserved to establish the principle of development with a final design and layout to be agreed at reserved matters stage. However, as you can see, an indicative design has been submitted. During the course of the application, I have worked closely with the case officer to provide additional information, in particular relating to ecology and in terms of the height of the barn, which has been reduced by 1.5 metres. The officer provided a comprehensive report which recommends permission because of compliance with current planning policy. Some of the key points from the report are that both the landscape architect and ecologist have no objection to the scheme. The occupation of the units could be controlled by condition. The scheme is significantly smaller than the previous scheme for 2 houses. Indicative siting of the barn would respect the building line. No loss of tranquility from the development. No detrimental impact on the South Downs. No detrimental impact on neighbouring properties. No detrimental impact on biodiversity. And the reduced height would address the concerns for neighbours about the impact on the footpath. Required contributions have been paid, and there are no highway, ecology or drainage objections. In conclusion, the proposal would result in the introduction of low-key tourist accommodation, which is supported by both local and national policy. And the proposal complies with policies MTRA4, DM16, DM23, CP15, CP16.
And that's the end of your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, members, questions of clarification. Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair. I inferred from what you just said that when you first put an application in, you did that on the assumption that MTRA 3 applied. The officer disagreed. And therefore, you've now put in one because they said MTRA 4 should apply to this road rather than MTRA 3. Have I got that correct?
Yeah, initially, I mean, in my view, I didn't think it did comply with MTRA3, but an application was submitted and supported for an infill dwelling just to the east of where we are. And on that basis, I thought the argument that if the council had already supported an MTRA3 application on this site, that's why we went ahead with the 2 dwellings on it, sort of thing. But another case officer subsequently decided that he wasn't complying with MTRA3, but we'd already got the positive support for MTRA4 prior to the application being submitted. Does that make sense? So we then pursued back the MTRA4.
Could I ask, how these holiday lets are going to be managed if and when they're built?
The applicant actually owns holiday accommodation already, and this would just be an extension of his existing business.
And could you just tell me why you've put in an outline application rather than a full application? It seems bizarre just for 2 little holiday lets to put in an outline application.
The reason behind the outline really was just to establish a principle of development on the site. A lot of it is in terms of cost to the applicant of getting it. So really what we're trying to do is establish a principle of development on the site through the outline planning application, and then we can go into more detail with a full application in terms of siting, layout, design, drainage. It's just that it gives if he's going to get permission, it gives the applicant more confidence in actually moving it forward to the next stage.
And did you do any, did the applicant do any market research about requirements, about demand for holidays, just speculative?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if there's no more questions for clarification, thank you very much indeed. You may return to your seat. Thank you. So Liz, did you want to update us on anything before we come to members' questions?
Yeah, I think the only point to mention was, as we discussed in the last case, policy MTRA4 doesn't set out a requirement for people to show how viable new tourism accommodation would be. Thank you.
Members, questions on the report? Councillor Godfrey.
The Parish Council raised the issue of the habitats. Sorry, I've got Mr. It falls within a the Solent protection area. Could you tell us about that and whether or not this application meets the requirements of that and how?
Yes, so the council have a guidance note for the Solent Recreational Mitigation Partnership, and it sets out what the requirements are, that being an upfront payment before a decision is made. In this case, we've received the necessary payment to provide mitigation. So the guidance note basically sets out that that mitigation payment goes towards the cost of things like rangers to educate people on recreational impacts around the Solent area. So that's where the money goes, and we've received the necessary amount.
Councillor Pett.
Thank you. Can I just ask about this? I'm interested in the history of development on this road, because we've just heard that a previous application for dwelling under MTRA3 was allowed on this road. Is that correct?
There was a previous application on this site.
No, not on the site, elsewhere along this road.
The agent mentioned the other site, so I'm not familiar exactly with which permission that was, so I can't say a lot about that, but that was for, from what I understand, open market housing, whereas this is a proposal for tourist accommodation.
I get that. My point is we seem to have an inconsistency of approach.
Chair, we have dealt with, we have given the agent our full response in respect to the 2 different applications outside of this and earlier to this planning application, in giving our reasons what the differences were in policy. So he is aware of the council's feedback on those matters. It's not really relevant to this planning application because we do need to ensure, and we do ensure, consistency in our approach of applying MTRA4 and MTRA3.
Okay, I've heard those words. I don't quite understand the answer to my question then. Which policy have we previously applied in this road?
We haven't. He's making a contention that we've been inconsistent. We've allowed a house up the road. We haven't. In respect of MTRA3, the case that we made was that it was associated more with North Borrent from memory, and don't quote me on this, but we have dealt with it through a formal complaints process, which therefore falls in line with MTRA3 because North Borrent is on the list for MTRA3A properties.
I've got you.
So it's not a precedent and it's not a material consideration in this case.
Okay, thank you. Understood.
If there are no more questions, members, debate. Okay, so this is an application before us for holiday accommodation, which will be, which is an outline application. So the final decision about exactly what the accommodation will look like is yet to come forward. But it would be covered by the new normal holiday accommodation conditions, strict conditions. So our officer has looked at this very carefully, and in her view, this falls within our policies. So we need to decide if we support our officer's recommendation. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. In view of the last application, do we need to remove the wording of developer from the proposed condition in regards to the holiday let?
Yes, we do. I did write that on the update sheet myself, and at the start of each unit of tourist accommodation shall be used for holiday occupation. The developer hasn't said that it's going to be separate, but we can keep that in anyway, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I think we're agreed that that should happen.
Does that include the additional control over?
Indeed, the buildings themselves. Yes, that addition, as discussed last time.
Yes, we made sure that the recommended conditions were consistent across those two different ones, notwithstanding that they're different sites in different parts of the rural area.
But in terms of not being able to extend them without permission, yes, I think if we could do that too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a.
We can pick that up in reserve matters. We can put that condition on there if you wanted on the outline, so that there's no. I suppose it's inappropriate. Actually, I'm just thinking out loud actually because they haven't even put their reserve matters in, and that design and layout is indicative. So yeah, we'll pick that up.
It should we approve this outline and should the reserve matters come forward, can we please include that extra condition in that? Okay, with those amendments to the conditions, could I see those in favour of this? Oh, sorry, are we still on debate? Okay, Councillor Pett.
Sorry, I'm just, the reason I'm looking at my phone is I'm just looking at the Ordnance Survey map on here, and I'm just trying to get a full understanding of the point we were talking about a minute ago. And it would seem, as indeed from the blue line on the report, as you rightly say, Lorna, this is in Wickham Parish, not in Borehant Parish. I just want to put a marker down that I think it is rather strange that we are looking at a road where arguably there is a clear line of development there. And we've allowed ourselves to get into this position where we're now looking at this outline planning case, whereas we could have looked at something rather different on which we would have had a different discussion. And it just seems to me that we've pushed ourselves into this corner to be looking at this current application that actually is not optimum from our discussion that we had before.
Councillor Pett, we have to look at the application that is before us. We can't discuss what goes before afterwards. We have to consider. We are considering the application that is before us, whatever the history of the site, etc. The application before us. Okay, so if there's no more contributions to debate, the application is recommended for approval. Can I see those in favour of approval, please? That's all members. Thank you very much indeed, members. That's the end of today's planning committee. Thank you.